Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. Friday night, that means it's debate night. We're going to whoop some asses tonight. Unfortunately, poor Glenn will probably be here. I just talked to him earlier. Jake Varr is up in the house, I would think, because he was here. There's Project VO Pod right there. Just talked to him as well. And we've got Emmett and Grace are not going to be here at least anytime soon because they haven't even started their debate over on where the fuck that is. Modern Day Debate. That's a shame. It's very sad. Whatever. So in the meantime, I've got to get some stuff together. We'll wait for people to come on in. We're going to do the debate. We're gonna have a lot of stuff go on tonight, and we're going to basically we got some new stuff on the menu tonight, boys. We got some changes that are being and have been made. Okay. All right. So we'll get into that in just a minute. I've heard through the grapevine. By the way, I want to say that I really appreciate when people come to me and they'll say something like, so-and-so is dragging you through the mud. Appreciate that. Or they'll say something like, hey, did you know that this person is, they're talking shit. I'll say, appreciate you letting me know. And it's, man, my fucking color balance is all the way the fuck off. Let me see if I can't fix that. That's right. Mature content warning, Michelle. Mature content warning. That is correct. Stand by, guys. I'm going to try and fix this really quick. Unfortunately, I don't have anybody coming up yet. I'm going to throw the link to come up in the chat momentarily. Let me see if I can fix this fucked up camera thing going on. I had to wait. Let me hang on. Let me see something. I can't do it there. Let me stand by, guys. Stand by. See if we can get something going on here, guys. This is fucking nuts. Man, it's bullshit here. Let's see. And what's happened is somehow my camera's got out of adjustment, and that's annoying. There we go. Still a little out of adjustment, but I think it may have been a lighting issue. I think a Logitech 4K? No. I'm not using a Logitech 4K. Maybe I should be. I don't know. Yeah, for some reason the red it just got the coloration got way out. I think it's because of the amount of light, and I'm using a manual lens. So, yeah, time to get our bait on. What's up, Cleaner 409, my man? Good to see you. Good to see you. I'll be dropping a link here in just a second, guys. Let me see if I can't get this this nonsense to work. I do apologize. It's highly unprofessional of me. Highly unprofessional. But it is what it is. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right. Now let's see if we can't. That's too much. There we go. Now let's try. Still not great. So probably like 4,200. Yeah, looks about right. Let's see. Yeah. All right, give me a second, guys. I gotta have to go adjust the cam. So give me 1 second. Stand by. That's looking pretty good. Fuck yeah, applesauce. I think we're there. What the fuck happened? A little out of focus. Yeah. All right. There we go. That's good enough. Let's make the magic happen. All right. There we go. That's way better. What's up, everybody? How are you guys doing? Once again, sorry I had some something went on with my camera. I don't know what the hell happened there. Camera, the lights, or something. So we're all good now. I think. We'll see. Wait. That button. Camera's glitching. I think it's the internet. Yeah, I think we're back. All right. I'm going to drop the link so we can get some people up here if I have to drop the fuck off. All right. So same rules apply, guys. If you're going to come up here, I need to know who you are. And I think I actually know why my camera's being a pain in the dick, but we'll find out. There you go. Would enter. There you go. No worries, Agrillipus. So same rules apply as always. If you want to come up and chat with me, that is perfect. If you want to come up and debate, that's even better. The debate show will start shortly. We will, we'll see how many people we end up having here tonight. May not be many. That's okay. If we don't have enough people to really have a good debate show, I'll take the fucking night off and go to bed early and hit the lake in the morning and do some fishing. So that's legit. And we'll just let me pull this down here. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, fucking looks great, doggy. Still a little bit out of focus. Could be some issues. We'll find out. Anyway. The link has been dropped. We are good to go. I want to remind everybody that because of last week's whatever it was, weirdness or whatever, because of last week's stuff that happened with the muting and that sort of thing, we have some new rules. I have not had time to create the a new list of prompts or chat moves, I guess Anson would call them. Hey, Abe Dinkus, good to see you, man. The link is posted. You're welcome to come up. Again, the idea behind since we had some trouble last week with the debate prompts, and I don't really want to have problems anywhere ever. Because of that, I have a couple of new changes, right? So we're going, and I'll have those up here shortly. We're changing a couple of things, and it's Anson Knowles. What the hell is up, hippie man?
Oh, you know, hanging out like a hair on a biscuit.
There you go. I'm glad you got your channel sorted out.
Which one?
I don't know, whichever one you were using, I guess.
Oh, you talk about Furburger feasting? Yeah, I like that one too.
I did not know that existed.
Yeah, it's in your chat. I'm feasting on Furburger.
Oh, I got you. Okay. I'm sorry. I was not paying attention to that.
Yeah, you're having technical issues. It's very uncharacteristic of you, Grid.
Yeah, I don't know what so my camera's been great all week, and then tonight it looked like I was just fucking red, man. Like I was like, I don't know what the hell happened. But I'm getting there. I also got to do some other stuff. I was literally on the phone right up until I jumped on the air, so I have nothing ready, guys. I am so unprepared right now. It's crazy town. Abe Dinkus, what is up, sir?
Not a lot of gentlemen. How are we?
It's good, man. It's good. I've been having a great time. I've been advised that there are people who are coping and seething all over the internet, and that warms the cockles of my heart. Maybe even that subcockle region.
Maybe the colon, maybe the spleen. We don't really know.
Maybe even the spleen. That's right.
Yeah.
HOLE.
That's right. That's right. You guys got it down. All right. Yeah. So apparently, I'm the buzz on many channels that I don't even go on to, which is I don't know. I got to be honest with you. If I were a degenerate, I'd probably get wood over that, but I'm not, so I don't. Anyway, so we've got yeah. Apparently, I don't know. People are coping and seething out there. It's funny.
Well, Grid, if it makes you feel any better, I trash talk you all the time, not just recently.
I know, and it's okay. You know what? It's totally fine to do so.
I mean, we all make fun of our friends, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
so when I do it, I am actually making fun. Like I'm having a fun time at your expense. I'm not running you down. So if you ever hear that I said you're a fucking asshole or something like that, it's nothing but love, baby. Nothing but love. And
That sounds pretty awful, man. So you make fun of your friends, Abe?
I mean, especially in song form.
Man, that's gotta suck. Like having friends must be annoying.
you should try it sometime. It'll make a man out of you.
Yeah, I don't know.
So one of the changes so you guys were both here for last week and all of the drama around the timing out and all that. So I got a new thing that we're going to do for there. We're going to have I think we're going to have a pretty good time. So we'll see how it works out. I didn't realize that there's a way to do this, but so somebody that was on the show last week reached out to somebody else who's a massive streamer in another platform that's like massively too important to even consider my fucking channel. And they did like some deep dive on my channel and how the channel makes money and what I need to do to make it better. And they came up with a couple of things that seemed like it would work, right? And so they made a couple of recommendations, and I'm taking those recommendations, and we're running with them, and we're going to run with them tonight. So, number one is that there is now a kick function. You can delete or kick out or render harmless, or however you want to look at it, a debater.
Oh shit!
But it costs you $275.
What about judges? Are judges safe?
Judges are safe
Okay,
for now.
good.
But the idea is that I had to this person who did the analysis of the channel, they said, I'm onto something. It works. It's got a lot of potential, but I needed to have a kick function, and it needed to be so high that nobody just randomly does it. Like, you really gotta dislike somebody to want to kick them, right? Or 3 or 4 people got to get together to dislike somebody enough to kick them off for the night. And the person getting kicked understands that, hey, I've obviously pissed somebody off, and B, nobody can. There's nobody that's going to not kick somebody for $275, right? So that's why that and that was the figure that they came up with, and I agree. I didn't agree with it initially. I thought it was way high, but what the fuck ever. We'll try it out. The idea is that nobody can kick, right?
Except the high rollers.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Or, you could get like 3 of your buddies and patch it up, but you can't. Nobody's going to just kick somebody just for the fuck of it. Right.
Right.
Put your Streamlabs link in there. I'm not limited on Streamlabs.
We do have the Streamlabs link. And so the other part of it is the other portion of that is that, we.
Oh.
Here. Agrillipus, we're getting an echo.
Oh shit! Hold on.
That literally sounded like Charlie Brown's teacher.
Kind of did.
Any better?
I like how Cleaner 409 screen is frozen. That's flawless.
You still got some feedback, man.
I have feedback.
All right.
No, Agrilopolis.
Oh, all right.
All right. Let me rejoin.
Can the last 2 be kicked? No, the last 2, and as of now, no judges can be kicked. I'm not saying that can't change in the near future. However, as of right now, we're not going to do that. As far as muting an opponent or a player, an operator, if you will, it's $10 for 5 minutes. You can only mute once per round. So, in between debates, if you're just tired of hearing somebody's dumbass mouth running, it costs you $10 to mute them for 5 minutes. And they can only be muted for 5 minutes until we do a debate. And then the next debate, you can mute them again. And I think that's the fairest way to do that. No response.
I think it makes sense.
I can't hear you, Cleaner.
How does a 226-year-old president know how to use a fucking cell phone, Abe?
They're very intuitive. They're very intuitive.
Vampirism. Vampirism. So so it's the debate prompt is what it is. I'm trying to 275 plus 275, 550 to kick both debaters. Brother, you are only limited by your credit card and YouTube. YouTube will limit your ass. But yeah, so I didn't come up with that. I actually did not come up with that number. Somebody else came up with that number, and I just didn't. At first I was like, that's insane. Who will pay that much to kick somebody off of the fucking panel? But I guess somebody will, or they won't. Either way, it works for me.
Wait till Melanie gets here.
Point.
Right. They'll patch that shit up. It'll be $20 each. Like,
I don't know. He can be tolerated.
Look, Melvin was absolutely horrid last week.
Yeah.
Like, not only the usual bad faith nonsense, claiming to be in perfectly good faith. It was after the debate, and literally, I think honestly, I thought the judges did a great job of being impartial. But then it was just so weird.
So you're saying that he made the conversation about them and then acted like he was a victim?
Absolutely acted like a victim and made it so that he was like, well, the judges are just so biased. The judges are so against me. The judges are this, the judges are that. And I'm like, the judges don't care. They have no skin in this game. It's like the dumbest thing ever. So, but yeah, it's something else for sure. But yeah, I learned a lot about my channel from having this person did a deep dive on the channel and all of its little facets and everything, and they were like really had some good things to say, had some bad things to say too. So
was it mostly about that one degenerate guest that comes on always in black and white?
no, nobody cared. Nobody cared actually. Nobody even mentioned that guy.
Sorry, Cleaner.
But no, it was they broke down, they broke it down in some very interesting ways that I didn't think that they could do, but whatever. And it's going to be awesome. We're getting ready for DebateCon in November. It's going to be awesome. I emailed James, just so you guys know, I emailed James and I'm like, hey, I need to know when tickets go on sale. I'm getting asked left, right, and center, when do tickets go on sale? I do have an answer. I will tell the concerned people privately. I'm not making an announcement because I don't think James wants it public as yet. But I do know when they're going to go on sale. And I asked him if I could, in my initial email, I asked if I could buy a block of tickets for my audience because I want to make sure that the people who want to go can go. So I'm still working that angle. And so I think I mentioned this before. One of the things I was trying to do for Modern Day Debate was create a pass-through website so that they can, so that people can do point of purchase through the website and buy shirts and all of that. And they don't really have a way to do that. Well, I was trying to do it, and I had a couple of people trying to help me. Let me just, I'm going to throw the link back out, buddy. Smoking Spaceman. There's no point putting in the mod chat tonight. But the problem is James procrastinated or he lost focus or whatever happened. He never gave me the information that the website guys asked for. So we got two Agrippuses up here. I think everybody's having trouble with internet tonight, so don't blame me. But we have another Agripus.
Just this one right here. I don't know what the fuck, dude.
I'll kick the wrong one, Grid.
Oh, you kicked the wrong one? Gotcha.
I will. Yeah, there.
Okay.
There.
All right. So James procrastinated. The website guys got bored and did what website guys do. They turned to work that actually makes them money. And so no web page got built to tie into Modern Day Debate's website. Now he asked me about that again today. So if anybody out there is a coder, like a radical coder, and is looking for a tiny bit of work, reach out to me. And, maybe we can make something happen. That'll work.
What's the age limit on that? Because that's kind of easy shit. My 14-year-old is a coder.
Oh, I got you. Let me here. Hang on. Let me do it in the mod chat here. Where's that at? Where is even Discord? There it is.
Is my audio?
So yeah, I seem to have been the subject of a hit piece last night or the night before last or whenever. I don't know, but it's totally irrelevant because the people making the hit piece are just morons. So
in terms of the Modern Day Debate, that whole block of tickets is a really good idea, Grid, and I want to support that any way I can. So if any ladies need a ride or a hotel room to stay in,
A mustache ride.
I'll get a nice suite. 3 or 4 ladies want to ride with me and share the suite with me. I'd be more than happy to pay for it. You don't have to worry about a thing. I'll take care of you.
That's good. That's good to hear that you've at least got a limit.
Yeah, three or 4. That's about all I can handle.
Okay.
What's up, Alwine 722? We're getting ready to have our debate show. We have 1 debater up here and 3 judges. The judges were on time. The debaters are late tonight. The link is out there. It is running wild. You guys can pick that link up right here, and
I don't know if my audio is going to work. Really
come on up, and we're going to chat for a little while, and then we'll get to the debating. Kissy Cat and Arthur Daya will be joining you, Anson, apparently.
My audio doesn't
Good.
seem to be working.
So, Arthur Daya, I would love to hear what you think about all of the polygyny comments or discussions that are being had lately. Very interesting. So,
Yeah, my audio's fucked up, man. I don't know if y'all can hear me, but
We can.
yeah, I can barely hear you.
I don't know what
And
the
I'm
fuck
getting
is going on
feedback.
there.
I don't know what's going on with that. Do your best, man. Do your best. It's okay. So Anson, are you reestablishing your channel or no?
I haven't made my way back to the internet yet. I still come on your Friday night show, but the total time I spent on the internet on YouTube this week was you probably watched the interactions that I had on the internet. I haven't been.
Well,
on
you
it.
were in my chat. I promise.
Yeah.
I know that.
And that was about it. So, I almost didn't come tonight, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah.
Hurts my feelings.
Yeah. That's okay. I don't really care.
Yeah. What are the topics tonight? Seriously? It's your first day? There are no topics. I tell you one of the topics that I want debated. Flat tax versus income tax. Or progressive tax.
Yeah, Duck, you get up here, man. Yeah, I like watching you debate. You're one of the better debaters that's on the channel. Man, you got ideas and shit.
Arthur Daya, did you see my interaction with Glenn yesterday on that subject? I'm actually surprised he's not here too. But he's getting a girlfriend, so he's almost got a life now. So, yeah, I did a. Apparently you can start a modern day debate chapter now. That's awesome.
You know what would be a really good idea is to start a debate channel to compete with them.
Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, you could call it like signal debates. Or
Damn, Emmett looks fucking baller. Tie? He's got a high collared jacket. Damn. And then you have the moderator down there with fucking gauged ears and a t-shirt. Fucking society is fallen, boys. Society is fallen. Silver Ogre wonders, why would you tax a woman for being flat? She already hasn't got boobs. That's a great debate to have. Modern day verbal combat just to piss the entire world off. Yes. Yes. I might even do that. That sounds like a great idea. That sounds just like me, actually. Sounds like me, only more me. And there's no coming back. That's funny. I only have one debater. Seriously, if we don't get somebody up here soon, I'm just going to go to fucking bed and get up at 4:30 in the morning and go fishing instead of 5:30 in the morning and go fishing.
Yeah, Duck said he was going to get up here, didn't you, Duck? He said
Doug
he was
doesn't
thinking
want the
about
smoke from Abe.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Arthur Dyer, you could get up here and do your feminist thing.
Duck's Y is not coming up. He does not want the smoke from Abe.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It is. Actually, I think he just doesn't like me, which is fine. And yet he still comes here. I'll get to go fishing someday. Yeah, me too. We aren't nice, aren't smart, aren't hardworking, and aren't ethical.
Wow.
Well, that's really unfair because just because you describe me doesn't mean it applies to everyone else on the panel.
Arthur Dye, you're not going to fall asleep. You always say that. You never do. So,
Hey, Grid, what do you think of that?
look at that. That's pretty legit. I like that.
I've got two others that I put together this week.
That's awesome.
There's one more.
Yeah, look at that. I like that.
And the last one.
Nice.
I think I like the second one best. This one. It's got kind of like the old school clock up at the top, and it's got some Tesla looking stuff on it, and it's kind of dark. We're at night, doing the thing, and I don't know. It kind of looks like the theme of what you've got going on here. Guys coming in to do the job, get it done.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Let's see if I can make this bigger. I don't think I can. That's all right.
I don't think it'll let me make it bigger either. I can forward them to you though. I'm gonna
Yeah, man, absolutely.
put them in the. I'll put them in the shed.
I think Duck's Y is just tired of getting beat on here. Is really
Well, and that's understandable because like the judges are super biased against him, even though he's had the better arguments a whole lot of times. I mean, he should have won a bunch of these.
He has.
he has actually won. That's a great phallic appeal, Arthur Daya. Going straight D-Gen right out of the gate.
She's just an unsatisfied woman. She needs a real man in her life, is all it is.
Okay.
Damn, Anson.
Yep. He said it. He said it. He said it. He said it out loud, actually. So that's smart. You're going to give 2 inches to the tomato channel Monday, and that's about the most I'll do.
2 inches.
So you're wait.
Wow.
Are you gonna like borrow an inch from somebody else or what? Syndicate makes it sound commie. Actually, it makes it sound Italian. Because
When I think of syndicate, I think of investment groups.
of
I'm not
course
gonna
you
lie.
would.
When I think of Syndicate, I think of that old 80s, 90s Nintendo game, The Syndicate. It was a pretty fun game, but it's kind of steampunkish theme, but with a whole lot of tech, futuristic, but a lot of really thrown back, almost like a Fallout type universe.
Yeah. So I have if I can't make that big. That's okay. Let me if I can paste this into something. Man, this is boring. I need, I'm not serious. I'm going to go to bed.
Well, I got some more one-liners in me. We just gotta give me some.
No. Adapt-a-dick. That's funny. That's Mr. What's up? Send out the bat signal. Let's get some people over here. I did not do any of the. I did not go around and like spam all of the channels like I normally do. It was all German to grid. Yeah, that's fine.
I asked a couple of people. Jake said he might have time to stop by. He had some other things going on, but
Jake Viopod?
Yeah,
he's on it. He's otherwise engaged.
Yeah, he said he had some other things going on, but he wanted to try and stop by if he could.
We literally just spent like, I don't know, a couple hours on the phone.
Cool.
Sorry. We were talking about a couple of different situations we had going on, but that's all good. Narco syndicates. That's playing right into my buddy. That's playing right in Scott's hands. Yeah.
Yeah, Scott's a good debater, Grid. You should get him on here.
He doesn't like the short format.
I can see that because that dude he can start a thought and not finish it for 15 minutes.
We were watching something the other day, and I was watching the chat the other day while he was on, and literally the guys were like, he can't finish a thought because that girl keeps interrupting him. And I was like, that's exactly what happens. That's exactly what happens with Scott. He's like, he gets, and Kel would just instantly just start interrupting him, and then he'd have to start over. It was evil. It was good strategy. Evil, but whatever.
Well, I mean, in order to actually debate Scott, like if you let him go through his entire thought process, like the kind of debate that you would have is so nerdy and in the weeds.
Yeah, can you hear me?
And it's the opposite. Yeah, I can hear you, Agrolopolis.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like his style, like Kel is like the opposite because she's like a thoughtless twat. And so like mashing them together.
Be on later, by the way.
Cool.
It's like, whoops. Well, she might be watching now. She's probably at work watching right now.
Okay. Well, Kel, I won't say anything here that I wouldn't say when you're on the panel. Okay.
That's true. He's very fair about his abuse. Oh, man. I'm having a great time. I don't even need I mean, honestly, I'll show you some of the artwork from the syndicate stuff that I got. Here we go. Let's see.
I don't even know if I'd say that Kel defines normal woman prattle. It's like some kind of amalgam of like woman entering man's space but doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about prattle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That is fair. That's fair. I think she's just really young.
Yeah.
And she really doesn't actually have a real like thought process yet.
I like that one too. That's good. Yeah. That's pretty good.
I'm going through some of these that are really bad.
Hmm. Now that's cool.
I like this one actually.
It's a good one.
Wait,
You know, none of your promotional material has women in bikinis. Like, I think that's an oversight, Grid.
I'm not Budweiser. I'm not Budweiser, bro.
Oh no! If you were Budweiser, you would have tried putting trannies on your cans.
I like this one. This one's Anson Knowles' speed right here. Anson.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the cartoon man and woman they're about to make out, right? That's what we're
Can
going
you hear
on.
me now?
Yep. We can hear you.
Sweet.
Sex sells. It's true. But what am I selling exactly?
Thank you, sir.
Ducks White, you don't have to hang out here, bro. I'll be honest with you. I'm not even sure I like you.
What do you mean, Grid? Duck's a really cool guy.
I actually thought I liked Duck, but I don't know.
He has his moments.
I'm undecided.
He has a feminist worldview that colors his perception of what men should act like in a very female way.
That's the problem. You've identified the issue.
Yeah, he has his moments where he's tolerable.
You know, the only thing I will say this is positive. This is a positive for Duck. He will admit when he loses most of the time. Unlike our other weirdo who absolutely has never lost anything. I got to be honest with Smoking Spaceman. Can't trust a man that doesn't eat a steak. That's for sure. So. But yeah, so man, this is I don't know why tonight. I knew tonight was going to be slow. I didn't think it'd be like freaking ridiculous.
I figured it would start out slow and then pick up.
Yeah. It seems weird, for sure.
Yeah, it's awkward. Like when you're on a date with a woman and you haven't roofied her yet.
Oh, that's not awkward. That's called planning and preparation time.
Oh, okay.
I mean, what? Roofie? Why would you do that?
See, I already said I have one-liners, so everybody knows that was a joke.
Mm-hmm. Tariffs.
Are you trying to get what's his name to show up? Non-Fawn?
Why not? Fuck it.
Where's Non-Fawn? That's true. What's up, Nate? How are you? So that's true. Kissy Cat and Arthur Daya could poison you 4 different ways, Anson, and you would love every minute of it.
Well, I thought they were offering to bring the party with them to the hotel room. I read that totally differently than you, Grid.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking, oh, awesome. So how much are you going to be bringing?
Yeah.
Maybe all the incels got dates this week. I know one did. We had that, I had that conversation. Could be.
Well, good on him. Hopefully it works out.
I don't know, man. I think I think I may have alienated Beth a little bit because I disagree with their take on their polygyny debate. And I absolutely disagree with their bullshit. What's going on? Glenn's out throwing axes tonight, Arthur Daya.
What's the BS, Grid? What's the lowdown? Come on, let's do the rumor thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll do the all right. So I know this is actually not a rumor. Apparently last night, another streamer took it upon themselves, because apparently they do not have any content, to take a run at me and I think Wicked Wally. I think that's weak shit. Whatever. Which, by the way, absolutely is weak shit. What's up, Charles Darwin? I see you there. You probably were mentioned as well last night, Charles Darwin. That's okay.
Why the fuck would Wally take a hit at you?
No. Wally and I were the
Oh.
ones that were taking a run at Wally and I.
Oh, okay. I was
And,
going to say,
and
like,
basically saying that they had receipts and shit, and they're going to show the receipts tonight. So, yeah,
I want receipts. What are we
Yeah.
returning?
I do too. Actually, I really want people. I want people to man up and actually like say some shit. They're not going to, but I want them to. And then let's see what else. What's some other good stuff? Andrew and Mike Walsh have Matt. Isn't it Matt Walsh?
Yeah, we've been poking at him.
Yeah. So the polygyny thing that's been going on with Glenn lately is Glenn's all into this polygyny is not a sin thing.
Mhm.
And I can agree that in biblical times it may not have been. And I only can agree with that because we have evidence that David and other kings and other Abraham, for example. Yes, that bitch. Exactly, Charles Darwin. No, I'm sure there was Smoko being played.
probably.
So the deal with Glenn is he's basically saying that polygyny is not a sin and that people should not be holding people accountable or
I think he's just
ostracizing them for if they choose to be a polygynist in modern society. And they harken back to the Old Testament, which, by the way, and I hate to be the Captain Obvious, but the only I can't think of a singular Christian religion that uses the Old Testament for guidance. They use it as it's a bunch of parables, a bunch of stories to tell you to teach you life lessons. It's not the way you live your life. That comes in the New Testament with the where Christ says this is how you should live your life. Not in those words. I'm paraphrasing.
Right.
And the only ones that I'm aware of, please correct me if I'm wrong, the only religion that actually uses the Old Testament is Judaism, right? The Jews are the only ones that actually use the Old Testament for anything other than parables and life lessons. Am I wrong about that?
Well, there's a weirdness here because all of the prophets of the Old Testament are still looked to for New Testament teachings. As far as going far enough back that you're looking at polygyny, you're going all the way back to the Torah. So then that does
Right.
become what you're talking about at that point, because
right.
So
I mean, why does it really even matter at all? I mean, Jewish
Well,
mythology or Greek mythology or Norse mythology. I mean, it's all
here's the
fake.
claim. Here's the claim. The
Well,
claim is that
wouldn't matter.
polygyny is not a sin, and so to ostracize or chastise people for engaging in polygyny, that's wrong. Because you shouldn't do that unless it's a sin, unless they're sinning, right? Which is not actually true. We can churches often ostracize people for things that are not sins, but that's neither here nor there. But here's the thing.
I really like how the Bible kind of describes a marriage between a man and a woman, not a man and many women. And like when you go back to Old Testament, it talks about replenishing the earth and all that good stuff. But
no, it doesn't talk about a marriage. It talks about a union or a bond, not a marriage.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, words mean something, right? And
they do.
And so
you're right.
And you're totally within the normal understanding, and I agree with that. So, but here's the thing, and I put this to Glenn earlier today, and we talked about it on the phone, and I I'm going to say this publicly, just no harm, no foul. the problem with the idea of polygyny today is you cannot engage in polygyny without sinning first. To become a polygynist, first of all, you have to be married, correct? To someone. So to then have sexual or even lustful intentions towards another woman, you are now an adulterer and you're committing fornication.
Well, not if you're married to them, or not if you intend to get married to them.
You can't. So you would have to be married to someone with no lustful intentions.
Well, no, that's not what biblical marriage is about. If you read the Bible, it says in there that you're supposed to lust after your wife. I mean, in moderation. It's not supposed to like come before your God,
But if you're already married, Anson,
right? Yeah, I know. That's why you got to get married to the second woman.
If you're already married and no, you're wrong, because if you're already married and you go and you lust after another woman, then you are committing adultery and technically fornication.
I don't know about that. I mean, marriage is just a social construction anyway. You can sort of make it up to be whatever you want.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
not if you want to live by the Bible.
Well, the Bible doesn't say anything about multiple wives being bad.
No, not specifically. But I think that what a lot of people miss when they talk about this, when they have this debate or this argument or conversation, a lot of people miss that as the Bible was constructed, it was speaking to things at the time, or things referencing recent events or something like that, or specific parables from the past, like the Old Testament, or other stories. And throughout human history, there have been times where the male to female ratio was demonstrous. Like there would be 10 females for every 3 males. And so, I mean, there were times in human history when polygamy, it made sense, or polygyny, whatever. It made sense for it to be happening. But I don't think that we're quite that bad off right now. And
even if you want to, all right, let's just grant that in biblical times all right, so the thing is that the very, very specific way that the Bible says it's okay to have multiple wives is not really possible in today's society. Your brother is not going to die and you take his wife as your own.
Oh, that would be awesome. My brother's wife is hot.
Not to mention, I made it illegal, like in the 1800s.
Yeah, that's true. So, that's true. But even if we're talking about just, even if we're talking about just in the as a covenant marriage sort of deal, right? First of all, you would break the covenant of your own marriage to take that woman as your wife, and second, no one is gifting wives anymore, right?
Right now.
So there's no, look, the Pope's not going to walk into town tomorrow and say, Anson Knowles, here's 100 wives for you.
Well, that's just because the Pope is cheap.
He legit said the Cope.
The Cope is cheap. That's right. Yeah, that Cope.
I mean, I personally, I wouldn't give a shit if the king of another country came to me and told me I could have 100 wives. I wouldn't give a fuck what he thinks. He doesn't govern what goes on in our country or my state. So
sure,
is he giving me money to take care of them? Because I mean, that's a hefty bill right there. I mean, I can barely pay for the 2 I've had.
So the thing is that Arthur Dye is correct. We don't follow most of the ancient Hebrew traditions or laws. It's true. Akari says Matthew 5:32, New King James Version. But I say to you that whoever divorces his wife for any reason except sexual immorality causes her to commit adultery, and whoever marries a woman who is divorced commits adultery. Yes, absolutely. But that was just one definition of adultery in the Bible. I know that people like to default to that verse to say that adultery can only be committed by women. That's a very popular red pill talking point. However, they completely ignore
the fact that Christ himself said that if you look at a woman in lust, you've committed adultery in your heart already.
Yes. They completely ignore that.
Specifically saying it to men about women, not the other way around.
Right. And so therefore you cannot. All right. Night, Charles Darwin. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. So therefore you cannot become a polygynist. without sinning?
You could.
How?
You could.
I mean, if you married them without knowing them.
Hold on. Because so far, all you're talking about is the concept of lust. Now, there are cases where men actually do develop an emotional connection with a woman before the lust ever even enters. It's not common, but it does happen.
Sure.
So, I mean, there could be within the realm of possibility a guy who's married and develops an emotional connection to another woman and wants a second wife. But I think, again, though, I think we're not really speaking to the spirit of what's going on with the whole concept,
Right. Well, I mean, I think also the idea of lustful intent or that type of relationship where you want to marry the woman is exactly, I mean, that you do commit adultery when you do that. I mean, I know that people don't like to think that that's not true, but impure thoughts and lustful intent is committing adultery.
Well, you can't have lustful intent towards your wife, according to the Bible. I mean, that's
correct. That's because it's your wife.
So as long as you're married
against your wife,
that's because you're given authority over each other's body.
But hold on, though. You can't even get. I mean, by that logic, you can't even get married without having committed some kind of sin towards the woman that you're going to be marrying or might be marrying. You don't know if you're marrying or not until after you marry her.
I agree.
So I mean,
you're supposed to be pure of thought when you get married, although none of us are.
Well, to a degree, I guess.
right. But I mean, the Bible says you're pure of thought. And again, Arthur Dia, this is not actually all Christians, not Orthodox Christians. All Christians have a point because all church councils and all church tradition have consistently said polygyny is wrong. All of them. By the way, if you ask a red pill guy who supports polygyny, he will say that polygamy, which is two men, one woman, is an absolute blasphemous and a sin. But 2 women, 1 man, that's okay.
Well, I understand why they would say that in reference to like the Bible, because it is our mandate from God to go forward and create more, like create more children, and
be fruitful and
all that. So I mean, for 2 men to be with 1 woman, 1 man would necessarily not be making children at the same time as the other. So I mean, sure. I guess I could see an argument there, right? I could see that, but I think we're still just evading the massive point of this whole thing. And I understand where Glenn's coming from, but I think
I absolutely understand where Glenn's coming from.
I think it absolutely speaks to the times that you're in. And like, so when there was that ratio of like 10-3, right? The church did not really go against it. Because some churches did. Mainstream churches understood the necessity of people to breed. There had to be people,
I do agree with you on that, but I want to take it one step further. When the churches in the Middle Ages endorsed polygyny, which was kings having concubines, kings having multiple wives. By the way, that's not entirely true, and a lot of that's made up. However,
right,
we'll get into that in a second.
But not as common as they make it seem.
I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, absolutely. I'll get to that in a second. But the reason that the church allowed that to happen was to build nations and stop wars. It was the lesser sin in their eyes. And we have to always understand what was going on when you have all of this happening. You have a lot of men who have died in war, and a lot of war still happening. And to prevent war, the church would often arrange those marriages, which were in marriage in name only. Right. They never consummated those marriages. Right.
Well, that's a normal strategy for nations that are conquering other nations, is to go in and breed out the native population. I mean, that's something that we're not doing that we should be doing.
And Genghis Khan did a wonderful job
Genghis
of that.
Khan is the best example ever. But none of that proves that it's not a sin. It's just a lesser sin.
Right.
In the eyes of the church. Right.
But I think that's why guys like Glenn get it conflated. I think that's why they get it conflated, because what they typically reference is, well, the Bible shows that people, well, yeah, it does, but at those times, the ratio of men to women was like fucking 3 dudes for every 10 chick, or 2 dudes for every 20 some odd chicks at sometimes. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's been the other direction as well.
Sure.
But the thing is, like, the church had an understanding, we have to produce people, or we will not have anyone to defend our nation. We will not have anyone to secure us. We won't have anyone,
also to prevent war, right? Like you're less likely to wage war against someone who is now your brother, cousin, aunt, uncle, whatever.
Well, I mean, just going back to force doctrine, I mean, you're definitely not going to want to wage war on somebody who has like 10,000 fresh 18-year-old, 20-year-olds that are ready for combat, that are bloodthirsty, and they're like, no, you're not going to take our land,
Sure.
if you've only got 1,000 people. So, I mean, I'm saying, as a strategist, I get it and I understand it.
Yeah.
It makes sense, but I think they conflate that with the direct wording of the Bible. And the problem is, the Bible always talks about the union and the bond between a man and a woman. And up until I think New King James Version actually had the conceptual understanding of marriage in it, right, where they actually use the word a few times. But I'd have to look in it to remember that.
I agree. I think the other point that I wanted to make about when we start talking about the Middle Ages and the Church of England and the all of these other churches, more or less not having a problem with polygyny. I think that's vastly overblown, and I say that because the only way that kings had at that time to actually marry or to a lot of times the only way to create peace, like between England and France, right, was for them to marry and then have a son that was the child of both nations, and therefore that would in theory create peace, right? And it was, if we look at like I think it was King Henry VIII who had like 16 wives, and he would literally just kill one and grab another one, right? Like he literally did that. And the church never said, just go ahead and have your 16 wives, right? And,
no, they understood he needed a male heir.
Yeah, he needed a male heir, and he needed a partnership with France. I believe it was France at the time, or maybe it was Spain. France or Spain. He needed a partnership that would endure. He needed a blood bond.
Well, there's social reasons for monogamy too, and long-term pair bonding.
That's right. Arthur Dye is correct. Arthur Dye is correct. The Anglican Church was literally formed because Henry VIII, who I was just talking about, wanted a divorce, and the Catholic Church wouldn't give it to him, and he ended up just.
I was going to say
it took too long to form the church. They ended up just killing the wife.
Like church doctrine to be able to do this.
So Glenn has a Chad mindset, right? Because he's a sex fiend, and so like from his worldview, right? He's in that top % of men that women find desirable, right? So from the worldview of that cohort of men who are muscular and attractive and have some sort of status, it makes sense to say, well, all the women should come to this group, right? But what happens is that like the lower 70% of men who aren't able to get into a monogamous relationship because all of the women are flocking towards the higher percentage with all these multiple wives or multiple girlfriends in our current culture. Like all those people are directionless, incel losers who become mad at the state, mad at everything around them. They stop building, they stop constructing stuff, right? So it makes sense that the church would employ like, rules through their church to control society to make them more monogamous, because it makes the society more compliant.
In case anybody's wondering, Grace is losing the debate against Emmett. Just
big time.
Throw that out there.
Big time.
I doubt it. Emmett's not that bright. I mean, and Grace is really hot. I mean, smart. She's really smart.
Even the
Unfortunately, there's more than Simps on there. $5 comes in from Mr. Boulay in the Department of Numismatics. It is said that God is always on the side of big battalions, by Voltaire. It's true. I did say that. I think I just feel like that, you have this, I just don't think that you can get to in modernity, right? In modernity, you can't get to a polygyny relation, a poly relationship without sinning first, and which negates the unless you go to confession and say, yeah, I sinned and I'm still sinning and I, whatever. But I don't know that I really care that much about it. The biggest thing is it's weird that he's done 6 weeks of shows on this. Like, it's just like literally everything. And it's been since, Myron and Andrew Tate started this thing about 4 or 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. And it's just like every literal week, every show, it's all about polygyny all the time. Now even my show's about it. It's weird. But yeah, it's an interesting topic. I know that Andrew's gearing up for a debate. I think Andrew wants to debate Myron on this, and that will be quite fun. So it looks like Grace is getting her butt handed to her by Emmett, who looks exceedingly professional, by the way.
Well, is she wearing something other than shorts this time for the butt handing?
She's wearing a jacket. I can't really see anything else because of the modern day debate banner.
I'll be back.
People can understand what Emmett is saying.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm reading the comments. Grace is delusional.
The chat is on Emmett's side completely. So
yeah, like it's not even funny. It's not even funny. Furs are getting burgled. That's true, Doomerang. What's up, buddy? What is up? It's a modern day debate, Plumpy. That's why we're not really even debating right now. We're just kind of fucking off. Who is on which side? Grace is pro premarital sex being being okay. Emmett is on the side of premarital sex is wrong.
How is Emmett winning that? I mean, it's basically denying biology to say that premarital sex is bad. I mean, our entire civilization is built on people humping each other without marriage.
I really like, this is the thing that I will never understand about these women that argue for promiscuity or premarital sex or any of this shit. They're literally giving up their one superpower. Mm-hmm. Like, what the fuck are they thinking?
Yeah. Yeah. And then to champion it, right? It's one thing if you're like, well, dude's a boss. He played me. You got me, bro. You got me. It's one thing for that, but to just sit there and just like roll over and take it, I mean,
mm-hmm.
Get what you get.
And then to champion it, like you said, I mean, that's just, I don't understand how these women operate in the world.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, no, there's an argument to be made from Grace's point of view of realism and how humans exist as animals, right? I mean, not all human animals are Christian. Not all human animals are going to marry. And if we confine procreation, which sex is a part of, to only married people, then our species wouldn't continue to exist, right? Because there would be a drastic population decline. So in order to say that
it would. There would just be a lot more marriages.
Well, yeah, okay, you can say that, right? You can't force people to get married, right? And not in a way that's actually functional for people, right? You would have lots more cheating and lots more other bad things happen, unintended consequences.
Right.
I don't know about that.
The issue is
the Church made a pretty. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say the problem is that they've entered this debate as Catholicism versus Orthodoxy, and the prompt is premarital sex wrong?
Oh,
so
yeah, she's fucked.
Like I don't know,
right?
They even went off their spiels right at the beginning from Catholicism.
Super chat coming in. Stand by.
Seriously, Shelby donated $10. Super chat. The ones that champion it want to be just like a man.
That's awesome. Thank you very much, seriously, Shelby. And I really like that the female voice that I have picked for the chat reader.
I actually don't disagree majoritatively. Now, I wouldn't say that all of them that champion it want to be like a man. Some of them are just fucking stupid and have no idea what feminism has roped them into arguing for. They don't understand it, but
compare it in a false way.
You don't think that you should do that when you are committing sexual sin?
I'm not. Are you trying to present my argument or your argument? Because what you just said
I'm asking you.
What you just
if
said
you
is,
are committing sin, should you repent of your sin on sexual?
I need popcorn.
If you're committing sin, yes. But the question is it a sin? If it is the lesser of two evils, it is not a sin, as we just went through.
It's not the lesser of two evils.
The lesser of two evils.
So then we can argue about that.
Yes, we can say that. Let's go ahead and let's put.
Well, that is the principle of the lesser of two evils. So now we have to decide which is more evil.
The lesser of two evils.
So go ahead.
Principle. We have to.
Grace got really chubby.
Is justified and the other is injustified. So we went to one in which the lesser of two evils was a justified action, and then we went to another one where the lesser of two evils was completely unjustified, which is the. That we have not banned corn in society. Can you agree with that?
No, the principle of the lesser of two evils is that whatever the lesser evil is would always be the right thing to do.
So
because it's assuming that there's only.
And it's right.
It's assuming. No, listen. I don't think you understand this logically. It's assuming
is
that
it
there's
right?
only. Wait, stop interrupting. It's assuming that there's only two options and that one of them is less evil than the other. So you have to do this one.
That is almost always a false dichotomy.
Here. That's the principle of this, right?
They presented the options. One, we encroach in your Second Amendment, in your First Amendment rights, and the other is we don't. That was the way they presented the argument, and they allowed all of pornography to be prevalent in society. So in
lesser of two evils,
right?
Let's talk about this in terms of sexual morality, because that's really what we're here to debate. Okay, I'm open to you saying that something would be less evil than limited premarital sexual activity, such as, oral or manual, while dating, while being interested in marriage but not committing. Okay, that's basically the argument I'm making.
So you think
is oral not manual?
Acceptable, less premarital?
I'm arguing that it's the lesser of two evils. Yeah, the other evils. The other evil is LARPing in one form or another. But go ahead and make the argument for it.
Is not there a third option there?
What is the third option? Go ahead. If I agree that it's the lesser evil, then I will concede.
Is celibacy better? Is better?
Celibacy, so abstaining from dating in general.
Abstaining from sexual acts in general.
Okay, well then you have this problem where you're engaging in dating, but you're not doing anything sexual. So modern dating is not chaperoned. It's not it's not taken care of by anybody. You're alone. You're together. So your solution is essentially the blue balling thing. So a girl hangs out with a guy.
We're going back to blue balls
for several years.
Blue balls.
His sexual desire is riled up, and she just doesn't do anything. And he goes and jerks off at home. Basically, that's your solution.
Or he does.
It's the lesser of two sins, which was her argument.
Oh, so he should become a monk to get ready for marriage? How does that work?
Should just not do it and you just get married as soon as you can.
Oh, okay. So
what
just
about
endless sexual tension. So just never release your sexual
yeah, it's all about that. There's only
it's too bad she's not watching this right now. We have so much fun.
Oh, Emmett, once again, you're proving that I think you're mistaken here, but this is the Christian ethos that men's sexuality is the problem. Women are good and they don't have to have sex before marriage. No. But men are such dirty animals and they get boners and they want to ejaculate. They have to stop doing that before they get married.
They should get
not
married
healthy.
And have
this
all
is
of
interesting.
those things with their wife. Just do it.
I'm going to pause this a second so we can chat.
If you can control yourself, how about this, Emmett?
This is really interesting because when I was in high school and, was not a degenerate, I didn't really have that big a problem controlling myself around women. Now, I'm sure the Ants and Knowles had a lot of problems, but we got an all-male panel here. What say you? Is Grace right? We were just blue-balled to hell and just had no control over ourselves?
Yeah, man. If there was a wormhole in my house, I would have fucked it. I mean, I don't know what your experience.
We already understood that about you, Ants. We got you. We got you.
think we got a crazy echo. But
yeah, it is a crazy echo.
Who's that? Is it me?
Everyone,
I think the share.
I hear it, but I was muted. So.
Let me drop this down for a second.
I think we were double picking up. I don't know about anyone else. I actually waited till I was married. So, like, I had gone to war and come back and got married. So
strong.
I didn't.
See, Henson, it does happen.
I didn't.
I know people like Abe. He's not the first person that I've met that's actually a good person. But like in terms of most men and the impact of testosterone, you know, for people that aren't like late bloomers like you, Grid, like it actually requires some, you know, personal restraint to not do that. You know, I mean, for you, it was like, you know, what, low testosterone, or what was your problem?
Oh, me?
Yeah,
military school.
Oh, so you weren't around women?
There were no chicks around, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't until I got out of high school I was like, "Hey, what's up?"
And Abe, why didn't you bang a bunch of chicks when you were, you know, in your prime of, you know, late teens?
Because I believed it was wrong, and I wanted to have the correct bond with the one woman that I chose to be with.
Abe, what religion are you?
Christian.
Or Orthodox?
No, I'm just
Baptist?
Christian.
Just Christian. Okay.
Yep.
I actually the first woman that I slept with, I had every intention of marrying, but while I was in the military, I discovered she cheated on me, and then I turned into a total fucking degenerate.
Yeah. See, I'm in this boat with A. Alwyn here. He says that when he was younger, he didn't have to worry about blue balls because he didn't have to. A woman, or he didn't. I'm assuming he means I didn't have a woman to worry about getting me hard because he was more focused on having fun and hunting and hanging out. I kind of was in that same boat. You know, I was out in the field a lot. You know, that sort of thing. Yeah, I think Anson's like 90%. So normal people are like 1.5% lizard brain and 99%, you know, almost 99% like regular brain.
Yeah.
Anson's reverse. Anson's like 15% like big brain and 85% lizard brain.
Yeah, I own that. Well, see, the first time I got laid was a three-way. Like my entire sexual history is all screwed up. Like these 304s. So like the way that they think, like I totally get it. You know, it makes sense to me. I mean, they're the kind of women that I would have banged back in the day.
Okay, so you and Grace. Go ahead.
Yesterday, you mean? That you would have banged him yesterday?
I mean, earlier this afternoon, I would have. Yeah.
Right. I was just wanting to, you know, specify what back in the day meant.
Anson, I got to call Cap. I'm going to call Cap here because I'm
going to try to join on
dead bedroom for right 7 years.
Yeah.
Did you cheat during that time?
Unless you consider pornography cheating, no.
I did hear that you apparently had quite the pornography collection.
Yeah.
You did make that very clear.
Yeah. Well, I mean, who hasn't that's been in a dead bedroom for that long? I mean, that has the internet. I mean, in modern times, I mean, how could you avoid that?
Yeah, I'll admit I went through that with my second wife for a little bit too, and she started asking questions. She's a smarter girl, so she actually started asking me questions like, "What am I doing wrong?" Instead of "Why are you doing this, you asshole?" Fuck you. It was "What am I doing wrong?" You know.
Well, see, that's good though. That means she cares. Either way, it's they care, right? Either way, it's, you know, she wants to figure out what she needs to do to fix it, or she's mad at you and jealous. Like that's better than what I got, which was indifference.
Yeah, I had that from my first wife. Not towards porn, but just kind of in general about most of our relationship topics that I tried talking to her about.
Yeah. Yeah, some women are like that, man. They don't go like much past the surface.
You know, I've had this conversation with my daughter a number of times now, and I always try to do, when I have conversations with my kids, I try to have them at least 3 times. That way, I know that it's rooted somewhere in their brain. There was some scientific study that was done that said if you have the conversation 3 times, they have a better chance remembering it. So, but I had this conversation with her about how like typically women. The thing that people say is women play checkers, men play chess. The understanding behind that, though, is that women think 1 to 2 steps deep. Women think male skin, male brain, very, very shallow into what it is until you sit them down and you actually have the conversation with them. But it's only because you, the chess player, are having the conversation with them. If you weren't having that conversation with them, they would retain their shallow mentality typically. Not all women are like that, but typical, right?
Yeah. I mean,
I can't argue with you about that. I think you're probably right.
Yeah, so we've established that women are dumb then, right? That's what we just did?
No,
they don't understand.
They just think
understand
differently.
They don't understand what's important to men's brain.
So the way I put it to my kids, both of them, is like this, okay? Like women in the house, all right? Woman walks through the house and she just starts grabbing stuff and putting it in a basket, and as she's going through the house, puts it where it's supposed to go. Men, what we'll do, walk through the house, build a fucking plan in our head that's 100 steps deep, and we know where everything's going to go. We go and pick up things selectively, do that. We think and do things differently. That's all. Sure. It's not that one's stupider or smarter or any of that shit. It's just, we just do things differently. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So I don't know. I don't know. I kind of feel like that it's going to be very hard for Grace to come back on this one.
Well, yeah. If Emmett was a little more quick-witted, he would have turned that comment she made about blue balls back around on her and said, well, him going home and jerking off is the lesser of 2 evils. So, yeah, he should do that. Because that's what I would have said. I'd have just fucking nailed her on that.
Emmett made a concession that he was going to do everything in his power to stay outside of just talking into the sexual realm because he knew that it would continue to dig deeper into that on purpose.
That's fine. That's fine. I would just use her worldview of the lesser of 2 evils against her every single moment and say, well, what's the lesser of 2 evils? Okay, then that's what would be prescribed. If you're going to issue a false dichotomy as the hypothetical that I have to engage in, then I'm going to tell you it's going to be the lesser of 2 evils, which I'll always choose, because that's what the church would say to do if you have that dichotomy.
No, his point probably would do the same thing and converse the same way. I mean,
his point is that dichotomy doesn't exist. There is a third option, and it's foolish to say that it's the lesser of 2 evils when there's more than 2 options.
Oh, I agree, but I would just so that I could hang her on her own words, I would go ahead and dive deep into that, and I'd be like, hell yeah, okay, lesser of 2 evils every single time, because that's the better circumstance. The better circumstance will always be the lesser of the 2 evils.
I think Emmett was trying to avoid, carrying on with her, questioning and trying to carry on with his.
It could be.
Yeah, it's really hard for someone like Emmett to get into a debate about, not having sex since he's like almost a 40-year-old virgin, right? So if she really pinned him down and started like talking about the blue balls, like he'd lose his sense from all of his years and years and years of incelibacy. So
yeah,
I don't think so.
Okay. I mean, you can make guesses, I suppose, but the point is,
I'm making a guess.
The lesser of 2 evils is still evil, and so
True.
It's not the answer to take.
Well, no. Okay, now this is an important thing, though. Okay, even the church would tell you if you only have 2 choices, and one evil is less and does less harm towards people than the other, then you're going to take the one that's the lesser. I'm not saying that every situation you only have two options and you have to take the lesser of 2 evils. I would never say that, because I personally believe that in about 3% or less of choices that we make, there's actually only 2 choices. Every other time, like 97% of the choices we make, there are actually like 3, 4, 5, 8 billion. I mean, there's a lot of other choices we could have made. So,
sure.
I would agree with you that, yeah, there should be another choice, but for the way that she's trying to frame this, I would just keep hitting her with the lesser of two evils comment over and over and over until she got the picture and moved off that topic. That's how I'd move her off the whole sex topic, because otherwise she's just going to hang on it as much as she can and keep bringing it back to that because it makes him uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's why I was saying he's trying to stay away from that.
Well, I don't think it makes him
I don't
uncomfortable.
think he should. I think he should just dive in. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean,
I don't think the point was because it's uncomfortable. I think the point was he thought that she would drag it into the sexual realm further and further on purpose.
Well, yeah, and he can't speak to the sexual realm.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
He can't speak to the sexual realm. So, like you're talking about, Abe, trying to stay away from it. He can't speak to it because he doesn't have any real world experience, right? And a man needs to have sex with lots of women. I mean, that's part of our biology, right? We got to cast our seed far and wide. That's why there's really nothing wrong with that premarital sex stuff. I mean, that's our function, you know. We're animals.
That's not what
85% lizard brain. 85%. And I'm being quite generous. Anson knows it, at least says the shit that a lot of people are thinking.
Yeah, he does. I got to be honest with you. I don't think he actually represents what he truly believes in his heart all the time, percentage wise. You know, I understand at times he says something a little degen or whatnot, but I don't think he's actually as degenerate as he portrays himself to be.
I don't know. He says a lot of stuff that I would never even think of. So I don't know.
There's a lot of weird shit rattling around up there.
That doesn't mean he's degenerate. That just means he's been around that and understands it. That's all.
He's just Machiavellian. That's all.
Yeah.
Which I understand, and I still love him. He's a good guy. I know he's got a good heart.
Since we're not obviously probably not going to have much of a debate night tonight. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that an understanding and appreciation of poetry, and by poetry I mean like Lord Byron, Voltaire, those guys, you know, the rude bad dudes. Do you think an understanding and appreciation of poetry makes a modern man less masculine?
Oh fuck no! What are you talking about? If a man can't write a sonnet, he's not a real man.
Anyone else have input?
I agree with that.
Just learned about haikus. I don't know anything about.
You just learned about haikus?
Yeah, I don't.
I wouldn't say that understanding something or having an appreciation for it makes you less of a man or more of a man. Just from the understanding or appreciating of it. Now, I do say, I guess it would probably depend on what it is, but the vast majority of things out there, I don't see any reason why a man couldn't understand or appreciate any of them, even if they're more effeminate things. Sure. It could be that it's something that
even the effeminate ones, right? I mean, you need to understand. Wicked Wally, come up, man! We got something to talk about. Come on.
Understanding poetry, being able to write poetry is just a sign of mental competency.
Right, of high linguistic intelligence.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It really is.
And so, like, it's kind of like Andrew Wilson didn't get to where Andrew Wilson is because he watched a bunch of YouTube videos. That mofo has read a whole bunch of books.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
right? And it's a mental competency thing right now. Now, from my perspective, like, it doesn't matter if he can write a sonnet or not because I can tell he's got mental competency. But if you haven't read like Percy Shelley or any of the Romantic era British poets and understood like how they constructed their conceits, like you haven't actually thought deeply enough to be able to understand the things that are going on around you.
Anson's list of necessary things to read.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's really not wrong. Like even Japanese haiku, which apparently Agrippa's just learned about.
No, I didn't I just that's all I focused on. I didn't focus on these long elaborated poems. I loved haikus and I always used to write them.
Okay, cool. Haikus are good. I always, sonnets are pretty good.
Sonnets are good too.
Chicks dig it when you write them a book of poetry. It makes
I do actually
all wet.
Chambers of Logic, Steelman. I do actually read poems.
That, and when you're in your darkest hour.
I really like Lord Byron. I think Lord Byron
Abe.
is just like one of the.
Yes, Abe.
I mean that dude's. I mean, he's a little bit degenerate, but still, and he did a lot of
But AIDS onto something, man. It does something to your brain, and like Anson's saying, it enhances, you know,
it clarifies the world.
Yeah.
Well, most of the things that people think about today and talk about today have been written about by people that are smarter than the people talking about it and thinking about it today.
Mm-hmm.
True. And a review somewhere or an opinion piece somewhere has been written by somebody that was even smarter than the author.
Well, that's the whole thing, right? Like our founding fathers were in their 20s and 30s, and these men were superior intellect compared to most men in America today. And these are young men. They're decades younger than we are currently. And they had a working knowledge far beyond what most men today even have. So,
well, we do have to admit that our current society infantilizes people well into their 20s. Like 20-year-olds right now can't even change a fucking tire in a car.
Does that too.
They don't know. They don't understand how a toilet works.
AI's just gonna make it worse.
Yeah, they barely understand how the appropriate clothing for appropriate climates.
I would also say, Anson, what you said earlier, I think that debate and argument is related to poetry, and the fact that like syllogisms are written in order to facilitate argumentation. It's got that same breakdown. You are basically writing a poem of logic in order to think through the problem.
Yeah. Well, it's just organizing your thinking is all it is. And you know, a syllogism or a sonnet or even like double entry bookkeeping, right? I mean, that was created by a monk. And it organized the way people think about money and facilitated, you know, economists being able to understand different things about how humans interact, right? I mean, it's just we have to put more of an emphasis on how we construct our thoughts as men, as opposed to, you know, like getting laid. You know, getting laid is important. You know, it's probably like the most important thing, but like secondarily, you know, the organizing the thinking.
You know, I was watching a video earlier today. It was a little short thing. It was like 7 or 8 minutes. This guy really detailed something in society that I think people are not grasping and understanding to the fullness, and like to the extent that it's actually affecting society. But so over the ages, right? Like men, our ratios of IQ really hasn't changed too much. You know, maybe a few points up or whatever, right? But I mean, not too much. Generally speaking, we all have about the same IQ as we did a long time ago. So as we slowly industrialize, add more automation, add more AI, things like that, the pool of people who will be working and who can work gets smaller, because you have to have higher intellect to be able to have the critical thinking skills to be able to troubleshoot automated machines, things like that. So necessarily that means that the breeding pool from the female point of view gets smaller.
You know, there's some truth to that. I think that, you know, I look around and, you know, because I you know, between the various groups I help, the Boy Scouts, and, you know, I help out in various other ways. The problem solving ability of most 18 to 25, 26-year-olds is horrible. Like, they literally cannot solve problems. Like, or organize thoughts into A, B, C, D, E, F. Like, they just can't do that.
Right.
It just doesn't happen for them.
Well, they didn't get hazed enough.
Apparently not. I guess I'm apparently Cleaner and I are the only ones in the light. So Silver Ogre wonders why we're all in dark caves.
I don't know.
What's up, Charles Manson?
I don't have an office.
How you doing, man?
Oh, good to see you guys.
Good to see you, man.
Dark caves are the best. Dark caves are the best place for peaceful thought.
Nice. There you go.
I think
that's
like
PHOT, correct?
We are kind of in a middle point as far as the bell curve of intelligence and the usefulness of that area of the bell curve. But within the next 10 to 15 years, we're going to be at the upper 20 to 15% of that bell curve of intelligence, like as far as usefulness. So the bottom 80 to 85% of men aren't going to be able to make a whole hell of a lot of fucking money because there's no rocks to smash anymore. Machines do it for us. There's no bolts to just go and turn without any critical thinking about or troubleshooting the machine or any of that. Like those jobs are being automated. There are still going to be a handful, but I'm saying that by and large, we're gonna end up automating ourselves out of a breedable population.
Well, so you're assuming that
I got an interesting point of view here. I'm sorry. Let me just I want, because I want to address what Arthur Dye is saying, which ties into what Cleaner is saying. So she says the other problem with what he just said is that as technology improves, men who can only swing a hammer and make widget in factory cannot support a family. I disagree. I think that people who can do manual labor and do it well and do it efficiently are going to make more money than people who push buttons on computers, because as the computers become more and smarter and easier to use, we already see this in technology. You guys may not remember this, but I remember when the first computers came out and programmers, any programmer could basically get whatever they wanted for salary. They literally, it doesn't matter. They however much money, companies paid them extravagantly. And then as the computers got easier to use and the programs got easier to figure out, and they didn't need to be like MIT math wizards to figure out the how to program these things, the salaries have been dropping on computer programmers, coders, all of that until, and we're at a point now where we have so many people that can do that. There aren't enough jobs for those people. They're really like someone who can program, code, make websites, all of that, which was really valuable just a few years ago, and you could just name your price. Those guys are out of work right now.
Yeah, I know one person that is voluntarily retired, and then I know his son actually works for the government and still does it. So it's kind of hit or miss. But
welders,
no, yes, universal basic income is avoidable. It's called capitalism.
Yeah. But welders, pipe fitters, people who can actually go out into the field and do work, those guys are making more money every year than they've ever made before.
But those are the higher intellectual critical thinking people who can actually troubleshoot and do this shit. See, what we're saying is those people, yeah, like I'm one of those people.
Agree with you.
I'm a contract troubleshooter.
Yeah.
So like I get paid a lot for what I do. People like me, I'm not even saying I'm that smart. I wouldn't put myself that high up on the intellectual pool. I just learn a lot. I read a lot, and so I understand a lot. And I have a format and a method I follow that helps me with my critical thinking. People who can't do that though, they aren't gonna have the same surplus of jobs or availability of jobs that they've got now. However, the programmers you were speaking about, the ones that aren't currently employed right now, there's multiple reasons for that. And I would say the stronger correlates of the reasons, one of them would be because there's not a lot of those jobs available right now, but also because those jobs entail that you have to have the best of the best and the ones that can actually critically think. A lot of these programmers, they go to school, but they can't actually write code that does anything productive.
Yeah, so you're using
hold on. I want to interact with Arthur Dye again here. Arthur Dye, first of all, you're chicken shit for not coming up on the panel. Just want to say that out loud. Second, talking about a guy who screws a bumper on a car. Those guys have been out of work for 20 years. Where have you been? Nobody does that anymore. They have machines that do that. They have people that guide the machine into place and push the button because computers can't actually do that. In manufacturing,
unless it's in a fab shop or something like that. Yeah.
So,
Cleaner, close to it.
You're making a false assumption in your thinking here about, I guess the increased efficiency being a problem, right? So it's actually a positive for the overall economy to do things more efficiently because it frees up all of this extra manpower to do other things and other ventures. And what was done with more people previously takes fewer people. It's kind of like saying it would be more efficient to use machinery to build a road, but because it'll put all these people out of work, we're going to give construction workers spoons to dig roadways with from now on because it'll employ more people, right? It's not necessarily true that efficiency is bad just because people get laid off. It's actually a good thing because it creates more bandwidth for humans to be able to create. Right now, it may be true that these people aren't able to transition into a new career or something that makes them more efficient, but the economy will change and there will be opportunities for them. Either that or, we'll ship them off to war and, fix it the old fashioned way.
Yeah, I don't disagree that there will be jobs that will still be there. I even already said that earlier. I said, yeah, there'll still be jobs for hand workers. They just won't be as prevalent. And I mean, there may be a time when we get back to something close to the prevalence that we had in the past, but I don't think it's going to be as quick as what's going to be needed for the general population to support families. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the whole AI movement, automation movement is really kicking up fast right now. Like AT&T should be firing a lot of fucking people at the end of August because they've got an AI that's being written that will do all their fucking jobs. Those people will not have work. I mean, that's they're going to have to find another job.
Is it really a problem for poor dumb people not to have money? I mean, that means that there'll be fewer of them breeding, right? So, I mean,
the Christian side of me would say yes, because it sucks that those people might die or children might be whatever, blah, 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 blah. The more cruel side of me that says too fucking bad, you should get up off your ass and, find another skill, learn something else, because I've done that multiple times. A lot of my friends have done that multiple times. I don't see why anybody couldn't do that. Learn a new skill. It only takes like a few days to learn a skill. Mastery might take you 10,000 hours, but learning a skill only takes about 10 to 30.
Yeah, so but here's the issue with
find a new fucking skill, get a new job, Here's
the issue with that. Not everyone's of the same lot, right? And so you've got people that are going to be predisposed to a certain intellectual bracket, so to speak. And so there's going to be people that, sure, you're right, they could just go pick something else up, just go learn something else. That's fine. But there's going to be a huge swath of people that don't have that capability, not in the same way that others do. And so you have to figure out how to make that work one way or another.
Well,
unless you're okay with just letting.
I think they've kind of already figured out how to make that work with the whole extra money on unemployment, all these welfare systems and disability systems. And it's almost, I mean, the way they have it set up, it's almost universal basic income. It's not actually what it's called, but it's damn near there.
Well, if that's the case, you should at least put those people to work doing something for those benefits, right? There's always manual labor that's needed, always.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you that people should earn their keep. But the problem is we are going to have at some point not enough for people to do because there's just not enough. I mean we will have so much automation going on.
Can you admit that's a good thing?
If we are capable as a species to reach a more altruistic point, then yes, it would be a good thing. However, I do see the negative behind it before we reach that better altruism,
Okay, well, would you say that capitalism is actually the reason that it becomes a negative? Because with capitalism, here's why.
I wouldn't say capitalism necessarily, because all systems can have, because of one reason or another, all systems can have the same problem. So
I think that you're identifying something other than capitalism, in fact.
Yeah, I'm actually speaking towards more of the ethos, the moral and ethic of the human being and the human understanding. Until we get to something a little more altruistic, I don't think that we'll be where we need to be so that society could be. And I hate the word socialist, but I think that at some point in human future, we will be more like that. We will all be more like, let's work for the species. Let's work for the good of the human race,
Yeah,
but
what he's saying is
hey,
most
Kel,
people just don't care about.
Just in case you missed, and just in case you missed this, here, hang on.
I'll give you. No, I'm obviously not. Oh. Oh, good. Oh, good. We got that pulled up, ready to go. Great. Okay.
Oh, it's on a button. It's on a button.
I'll give you. Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm not fucking like gonna respond to like.
It's on a button. I have it on a button.
That's pretty epic. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like my brain.
It is fucking epic.
That's what you wanted.
Again,
that's why you wanted me to go on whatever.
Play it again.
Is that? Yeah.
I'll play it again. I have a request. I have to honor my request. Here we go. Watch.
I'll give you. Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm not fucking like gonna respond to like. I can't understand like just a whole like wall of like text. You can like say something and respond or not, but I'm like you're like obviously I'm not gonna engage with your argument like that. Like what? Like that's so lame. That's so. What is my argument? The middle finger.
The best thing is there was no wall of text. There was no fucking wall of text.
Like an IRL wall of text.
I love how she just displayed that topic that we were talking about earlier, the checkers versus chess topic. She literally just said it there.
I'm playing Twister, not.
Were you on your period that you gave me that meme or that clip? Because that is choice.
You know what though, Kel?
So much. When every time somebody starts whining, I just throw that up there.
Are we here to debate or what?
So good.
Kel, if you keep coming here and hanging out with us and taking emo hits from time to time, I mean emotional hits, I don't mean like you're an emo. I mean, like people hit you on an emotional level, you will develop a better emotional control and you will actually be a really good debater later.
I think it was the alcohol. I blame the alcohol. But yes, no, emotional regulation.
Are you off alcohol, Kel?
No, of course not.
You need to like here's a plan for you. No alcohol, more beef products,
more beef,
more protein. Actual food. Eat real food.
I hear K2 has burger cream.
Well, no, listen, Kel, if you're going to be drinking on the panel, you got to text me your address so I can be your DD for the night.
I'm not driving anywhere, weirdo.
Weirdo. I'm gonna clip that too. That's gonna be a fucking clip, guaranteed.
I was talking about protein, and I figured Anson had something funny.
Driving anywhere, weirdo.
Clip farmer
driving
grid.
Anywhere, weirdo.
Clip farmer grid. Crash out Kelly. What's up? It's TD.
These are wild clips. These are fresh caught wild clips.
I like it. Fresh caught wild clips.
Yeah, it's like fresh water. You guys don't know nothing about that.
These aren't farm raised. We have any farm raised clips
fresh caught. You can fresh catch in salt water too. It's okay, Kel. You'll get
and
it.
Salt water meaning tears means tears.
R/wish. I'm like.
Designated debater.
She'll get there.
Crazy.
That's funny.
Crazy work. Crazy
Where
work,
is Wicked Wally? Because I have to. Wally, shit has been talked about you. Not here, but in other places. Come along.
It must be addressed. It must be addressed at once.
Wild clip
has been
like
talked.
her bangs. She doesn't really have bangs. Why do you not have bangs, Kel?
I do have bangs.
Yeah, they're like short little bangs.
Why don't you bang? Why don't you bang?
Well, I mean, to be fair, you don't know. They actually could be really long, and she just has a ginormous fucking forehead.
True.
I mean, well, could be fair, you don't know.
That's awesome.
It's part of the look. You wouldn't understand it, Grid. It's beyond your generation, okay? That's what the cool edgy kids do now.
What? No. I mean, you're kind of right. You're kind of right because back when I was your age,
debate over.
Hot ass women that dressed like women, and they were badass.
Yeah, and that guy in the dress on
Make
the magazine.
Women hot again. I know Anson Knowles supports this.
Just a little too much Disney Channel.
A little too much Disney Channel. Is that what it is? Yeah.
That's the energy I give. I think that's the nicest thing anyone said all week.
I heard you.
That's the nicest thing. Have you sold any cars this week?
I have. Got a big Daddy Chrysler today. Let's go. Fucking 30-pounder.
Big Daddy Chrysler. What brand is that? What model is that?
I have emojis. We're gonna get. I need to add some emojis. I'm down on my emoji count right now.
What does 30-pound Chrysler mean? What does that mean?
That's what they called your mom in high school.
Dude, funny fact, dude. My mom actually dated Steven Tyler in high school. It's kind of crazy.
That's wild.
That's kind of legit, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, dude. She's got the high school year. Well, I have it now, but she passed away last year. But I got the yearbook with both of them in it, and like she's doing this funny face and shit. It's funny.
That's wild.
And the chat goes wild.
You should reframe your whole career off that. Be like, yo,
dude,
my mom dated.
That's all they did. They dated in high school, and she said that he got kicked out because he's when he got caught selling pot on campus, he stole the like school drum, which was like their mascot thing at the time. He stole it and he left. And other than that, that's all I know.
So he's a local legend.
She said that back then his mouth was still probably so big he could fit it around a fucking mayonnaise jar.
Oh, so what that mouth do? She knew.
I asked her,
who Steven Tyler is?
Steven? Yeah, my mom.
Does she even know? Does she even know? Does Kel even know who Steven Tyler is?
Oh, I don't know.
Yes, you idiots.
I'm just
asking.
asking.
I assume she does.
Who is Steven
You're
Tyler?
young, Kel. You're young.
It's.
Kel's really feisty to me.
Can you name the band he sings in?
I think.
Crazy Train. That's the band. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait,
Kel, you're really feisty tonight. What's up with
It's
that?
Nirvana, right? Yeah,
No,
I
that's
knew
Kurt
it.
Cobain.
No, it's not. I knew it was Nirvana.
She's such a smartass.
Well,
I'm
I
dead.
thought it was funny.
I'm dead. Fucking the guy's like, yeah, I listen to underground music like Steven Tyler.
I'm
Dude, that's
asking if you
Aerosmith,
know
dude.
who Steven Tyler is.
Aerosmith.
It's possible that you're young enough you don't give a shit about Aerosmith, and
She probably doesn't even know who Aerosmith is, dude.
That's crazy. I'm like, these guys are so conceited. These guys think Aerosmith is underground, Grid. I'm like, that's crazy.
Well,
I didn't say it was underground. I just said my mom was like fucking. She was born
Oh
in
my
1949, so she dated the dude in high school. They were the same age.
some younger people don't listen to older music at all. Like they don't
Totally
care about
lost
it at
Kel
all.
there.
Wait, who?
What?
Who?
Some
Like
younger-
me.
Younger
cares?
people don't
Who
care.
cares?
about older-
Who cares?
Okay.
I listen to new music. I like listening to Dax, Tom McDonald, Tech Nine.
Dax is here in Nashville now.
Is he?
Some Tech 9. Nice.
Yeah, I fucking love Tech Nina.
Nice. Yeah, I've seen him in concert a couple times back in the day.
Wild times, wild women.
What's that?
Wild times and wild women.
Oh.
No, I stay away from the wild women. I'm not stupid.
Oh, you just sound like it. You're just role playing. It's like a bit.
No. We're not in a debate. I have no reason to take a standpoint.
Kel's redhead is coming in strong tonight, man.
We got enough people for a debate on the panel, Grid.
The goddamn blonde coming.
Yeah,
in.
we basically do. Yeah.
Hi, Queen Jade Blue. How are you? Welcome to Twitch chat. Oh, Grid, do you have your settings on where I can knock on your? Are you live on Twitch too?
Yeah, I'm allowed on Twitch.
No, I said, are you live on Twitch too?
I am live on Twitch.
Because I should be able to knock on your shit.
Hey!
I don't have Twitch open. I'd have
Good
to.
evening.
Wicked.
Wally, our names have been taken in vain. Are you stressed about this?
Employment.
No, because clearly I've moved on to a new grift.
He's got a fucking dry erase board and
Universal
everything, man.
women's unemployment. You heard it here first.
We're taking the word back, John.
We're here representing. Here to represent the unemployed. Hello.
Well, I see. The thing is like I'm not actually going to help any unemployed women with the money I raise. I'm just raising awareness that there are unemployed women out there.
Yeah. Is that how you find your next date?
Good job, dude. Good job. Good job.
I love the desperation in an unemployed woman's eyes. She'll do anything for a fucking meal.
You have been made aware. That's great.
I mean,
that's incredibly sexist, Kel. I can't believe you said that out loud.
I mean, it's kind of fucked up for you to say that you feel that way about other women, Kel.
Yeah, I mean, the point of universal women's unemployment is that we want to conduct outreach to encourage traditional housewifery among the women.
Encourageable.
Housewifery.
Preposterous. Absolutely.
Kel, you haven't had a particularly good week.
Yes, I'm from
dating.
Boston, Kel. Thanks for noticing.
How's your week gone? I know I was on one of the panels with you. How's your week gone in your debating this week? How's that working out for you?
Good. I'm only getting better and stronger with every performance, I would say.
That's not exactly what I.
Not very convincing looking.
How bad did you get beat this week? Is what I'm asking you.
Ask your dad.
My stepdad actually passed last year. Thanks for asking. That's okay.
I didn't say your stepdad, did I?
Yeah, I don't know my dad.
You're the one making it a weird thing.
Hey, when you get home, can you roll
Yeah,
over and smack
Greg.
my dad on his ass and tell him to, maybe send me a few bucks?
That's his job, dude.
Yeah. Give me your cash app. I'll send it right over, Greg.
Hell, why are you always talking about people's moms and dads, man? Come on.
Yeah, why you got to bring family into it?
I'm projecting. Sorry.
Well,
Is it
project
'cause you're-
yourself or something?
Didn't you describe your own dad as a bitch?
My dad's a drug and alcohol counselor.
Oh, okay.
Well, hold on, Kel.
Hey.
Wait, hold on. Am I wrong in recalling that you said that your mom had drug and alcohol problems?
Yeah. She was, but
Okay.
the thing, it's, so I'm like,
So you
your
are
dad
No.
was a drug and alcohol counselor, but your mom
I'll explain
had-
it. I'll explain it very simply. My parents met in rehab. Okay, literally.
counselor, and one was the.
No, my dad was like 26. My mom was like 18. So my dad had the chance to like
I
really
didn't
fuck up his
ask her.
life.
I just
Like-
asked if one was a counselor.
Well, no, because it matters because like he had the chance to really fuck up his life. She hadn't even had the chance to go to a bar yet. So then they were literally married up until I was like 17. And then literally my mom's like, yo, maybe I want to go to a bar with my friends. My dad's like, no, that's a gateway. It's a grid. He's like, no, that's a gateway to horrible life. And then he was like, no, I'm going to go drink with my friends. Then my dad was like, well, I'm out then. And then my mom totally went off the deep end. Like 100% did. So I'm like,
Wait.
We just kind of wanted a simple answer, but that works too.
Wait.
that is the simple
That's
answer.
like you just literally told every preacher kid story ever.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, we were. I also got rejected from the worship band. So that was traumatic.
So did you inherit the addictive personality too? Is that why you're drinking all the time on stream?
So much behavior makes a lot of sense now.
GG's. And I'm the youngest child. There you go. There's a whole complete behavioral analysis. Yeah.
That's no excuse.
Person order.
That's no excuse. Is crazy.
That's no excuse.
What do you mean? It's no excuse?
I'm the youngest child too. That's no excuse.
Yeah, but I don't think. I don't think.
Excuse, wait, you act like I'm adorning for sins. What's the excuse?
No, I don't think
I'm
that
the
your
What do you make
youngest child
excuses for? I'm just telling
experience.
you how it is.
You said I'm the youngest child and like made that like that was supposed to be a thing.
Yeah, I don't
What
think
the hell
your
does that
youngest
matter?
child experience
guys
was the
act
same as other people's.
You say excuse like I'm trying to
Because
like explain
no,
or
not
apologize for
excuse.
something.
He said excuse. I almost said it because he keeps saying it, but no, I was saying your explanation
I'm
of
hearing
being the
same thing.
youngest child.
Sorry, you guys are talking
right?
on potato mics, and you're like, I said
down.
excuse, not
Yeah, I'm not.
excuse.
No. I'm saying everybody has a little bit different metric for what happens to them because of them being a youngest child. It's not always like where the youngest child is babied, and I don't think you had that experience from what you've described so far of your family life.
Right,
Thus-
but you say
that's
excuse
not
like where
excuse,
like
because
No, I
I'm the
didn't
youngest
say
right,
child.
but you say excuse.
and
What would the
I
excuse
said
be for?
experience.
I don't
said
know. You make your own
experience.
excuse.
He said excuse.
Yeah,
Oh.
I said excuse.
No, I'm just
You
telling
make
you
your
about
own
me.
excuses.
No, I'm just telling you about me. I'm not like
But you said it like it was supposed to be like an excuse for your behavior.
excuse for
I'm
my
the youngest
behavior. I'm not
child.
apologizing for shit.
No.
What do you mean? I'm not
No,
here
she
fucking
wasn't-
apologizing. You fucking little. I'm sorry, you don't understand. I'm like r/whoosh. I'm like,
He was
Cleaner.
giving
Go
more
ahead, say what you
background.
wanted to say.
Just giving more background.
Yeah,
The
he said-
women do
yeah.
that. When you ask them like one thing, they'll give you like 5 or 6 things.
That's
It's,
he said it's not
they
an
just
excuse.
do
I
that.
was just telling you a story, little bitch ass. I'm like,
So
Little
you're
I'll give you.
bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like.
go ahead.
Bro,
I'm a little bitch ass. Yeah.
so
Give me the
Kel,
bird.
just to clarify because I wasn't totally clear on the story. So your dad was a drug and alcohol counselor who was in rehab dealing with patients, and your mom was significantly younger, and she came in and he took advantage of her.
No, they met in rehab when they were both going through rehabilitation. Years later, my dad entered like working in that field because of his background. Yeah, he worked at like some other stuff before that.
Yeah,
Anson just heard like a way to find younger chicks.
Well, I mean, I'm all about taking advantage. Yeah, I'm all about.
He's going to do community. He's volunteering for community service tomorrow.
Hey girl, is this your first run at AA?
No, you got him. You got him right. You got him right.
I know some people that can pull some weight in county court.
Thank goodness we brought this back to AA.
I can't actually read this, I don't think, because I think that's like that's redlining TOS, but she is in fact wired.
Doom.
So
I'm glad we got this back to AA, because for a minute I thought we were about 12 steps away from the point of that story.
All the steps away.
So here's the real question.
So Wally,
are we here to debate?
Guys, calm down. Wally, our names have been taken in vain. I've heard. I haven't actually seen this, so.
There was a coping stream about us the other day. Maybe it was mostly about you, but I think the first half was probably directed at me because all they have about me is old shit.
I just had a guy. I mean, so apparently, one night they did a stream all about you.
Who?
Last night they did a stream about me and you, mostly you though. I think.
Hi, Ginger Penis.
And tonight they're supposed to be presenting receipts, which is weird because we have all the receipts. What are they going to? My response was, let me read you this interaction. This is really funny. I'm not going to name the name of the person because it's not worth it. But anyway,
no clout, no free grid clout.
Yeah, no free clout. I don't want to dox anybody, bro.
Dox them first and last.
So this guy says has been talking about you and some guy named Wally talking trash about her and blank, and tonight she's going to bring receipts. I was just telling her that it would sound fair. It would sound fair if you were going to attack someone with receipts. You might want to invite that person and see their possible receipts. It irritated me when she calls you chicken without even inviting you, and I'm like. She does not have receipts. She's having a slow week and needs something to talk about. She is irrelevant. He says, yeah. I said,
so here's the thing.
Hold on. We got a 50 coming in, bro. We got whale.
$50 super chat.
Whale movement.
Shut up, Cal. Smiley
Shut up,
face
Cal.
emoji.
That's money.
That's funny. That's funny.
But I'll actually hang, like unlike Grace Thorpe. Looking at you, even after the mute. Okay.
All right.
I wasn't. That was just for fucking around.
He's just having fun.
Yeah,
careful.
I said that she's having a slow week and needs something to talk about. She's irrelevant. He agrees. I said if she had receipts, she would have used them already. This person agrees and says yes. Plus, she misreads stuff all the time. You might give facts and make a presumption from those facts, and she takes it as a personal attack. And I said, what is she going to accuse me of? Hurting her feelings? Guilty, and I'll do it again.
This is why you don't. This is why you don't.
So based, Chris.
I know, right? Like, what have I done? I've hurt your feelings.
So let me speak on this from my side of that.
Oh, thank God.
When they're talking about receipts, well, I have not had any contact with that person since probably January or like February at the absolute latest. And it's been no contact since then. So it's like, really, if there is anything related to me, let's see, it would be something she's trying to present that's at least 5+ months old as still being relevant.
Well, apparently the claim is that you made it all up about her attempting to dox Eternal Thought.
Oh, well, here's the thing. She's asked me directly for her contact information before, and I've said that wouldn't be appropriate. She's asked me where she lives. I said, I'm not answering that. It's not appropriate. She came on to one of my streams and asked her that question directly, and I banned her from the channel before it because I'd warned her about it privately.
Yeah.
Now, she's taken down all of her old streams going back months and months and months. I think, as far as I know, like the original uncut streams are not up anymore. She's heavily edited them and put them back up from what I've seen. So yeah, shit like the conversation of her and Shazzy months ago talking about, oh, I wish we could find out where she lives so we could have people check on her kids.
Right.
That stuff's probably
supposedly there's going to be receipts. I don't know. I don't care. I haven't watched any of it. This is someone that reached out to me, who was concerned that my good name was going to be besmirched, and wanted my opinion on it. And I said, well, I mean, to be honest, I mean, again, I don't like this person. I don't care what they think. And again, the biggest complaint they can have is that I hurt their feelings, and I will probably do it again. Kissy Cat. So Furburger, Cleaner, and Agrillipus are judges. We do actually have 4 people here now to actually have a debate. But it was just such a slow start to the night because of the whatever was going on. I don't know what was going on, but if you want to throw down some money, we'll get some debate. We'll get at least a couple of debates going before I call it a night.
Yeah, smoking. Just use my credit for grift, and I'll throw some more credit out there, and you can use that. That was just for grift, man.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. But yeah, if we want to have some debates, we can get some debates. I'm sure Wally needs a good W in his column.
So true. Nothing but WLs lately.
I haven't done much of shit the past several weeks, but play Warcraft.
Thanks, 2-Bit. And it shows.
Yeah.
Weeks? You mean years?
Actually, Wally, it looks like you might have dropped a pound or two. Is that was that an accident or?
Can you flex for us?
Actually, down when I last weighed myself, down to 218. Actually,
Let's go. $50.
I ain't been my weight ain't been in the teens since I was a teen. Let's be real.
$50. Steelman versus Kel. That's gonna be hard to tell who's got better hair. All right.
Here's
well,
more for the grift or for the show, and you guys decide. I'm just paying. I don't care.
All right. I mean, hey man, whatever you want to do. I'm gonna drop everybody in the back. So while you gotta go to the back, have a take a chill pill or whatever. Kel, you have to stay up. I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that.
Sexism is alive and well on YouTube.
It is sexism. Don't worry about it. I will be just as sexist to you as I'm.
Agrillepolis donated $50
Promise?
super chat for the show.
Oh,
awesome. All right, so Furburger goes, Abe goes, Cleaner goes, and now we're left with the
D-gens. I have to debate this guy. Oh my god, I've seen this guy on like everyone's stream. I'm like, bro, your arguments give me a headache.
Damn, out of the gate.
Like, oh my god, I've been seeing you on the YouTube recommended random debates. I see this guy everywhere. I'm like, oh my god, aren't you like the Jesus guy? Oh my god, let's debate religion.
No, he's not the Jesus guy.
Oh, that's EG3 or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I'll debate religion with you.
That's the other hippie.
Yeah, no, I'm not that crazy guy that goes off on those fucking crazy ass tangents.
He's so nuts, dude. I love it.
You know what's cool about him, or what I think he like has like a good like half or like a quarter of his brain is like really good, but then he must be on like some meds or something because then like the rest of it like goes off crazy. I don't know what that's about.
I don't even think it's meds. I think it's just he has really strong like personal convisions that just make him act like in ways that I won't understand. Like,
so let's debate EV whether or not EV3 is on meds.
Debate tonight, ladies. I mean, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, ladies' choice. I could win anything right now.
You can win anything right now.
Yeah.
Please no, like fucking.
All right. What about?
You pick Charles. I feel like you are always like you always concede everything I've seen you on lately. You're like, oh, you pick. So you're like pussyfooting around. Basically.
No, that's definitely not me.
Okay.
You know.
All right. So here we go. How about flat tax versus progressive taxation?
No.
No. It's not degen enough, huh?
Oh, come on, Miss fucking you don't got a backbone, my ass. Now you want to play the game?
Just stand by. I got it. I'll dig out.
Yeah, that's what's up.
List.
Nice background. It's like Queen meets Drama Kid. Nice.
All right.
He looks like my friend Rayford. LOL. Very cool. Hi, ADHD Donuts. How are you? Welcome. Yeah, not DJ enough. Come on. Do what you want. I don't know what's going on here. First stream I've ever watched. Oh, what's up? I didn't know you were a first-time chatter, Ginger Jesus. Welcome. I thought I was Ginger Jesus.
You know that we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But guys, she said we're kind of funny. W? That's not you guys.
Is this your way of trying to go on a speed date now?
In your dreams, dude. I'm balled up.
All right. Should a parent be allowed to disown or contractually expel a child?
Can we do the opposite? Should a child be able to like disown the parent?
I don't care.
Well, that could be part of your argument. All right. Go ahead. Yeah, let's do that one. I'll do that one.
All right.
Since that's the only one she's got a backbone for.
Kel's got a backbone. Actually, I think Kel's a hard worker overall.
Yeah, you can't say I'm not a hard worker. I'm gonna outwork all this talent, dude. I swear.
Otherwise, she's gonna
got a little bit of emotional problems, which is just women.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
True, it's just women. Honestly, maybe I am for the side of sexism. Yeah, it's just because I'm a woman. I'm like no self-culpability. Yes.
Well, I'm not prepared for like. Are we actually gonna consider this topic?
Yeah,
this is a fucking Anson Knowles.
Oh, what? Now you don't have a fucking backbone? Blah, 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 blah.
Is it, guys? Is it moral to buy, sell, or inherit human labor through contract? That's a fucking Anson Knowles prompt if I've ever heard one.
We can if you want to. I
like the. All right. Should a parent be allowed to disown or contractually expel a child?
Well, and if she wants to do the one that's what she suggested, I'm okay with either one. You know, whatever's cool.
All right, who's gonna take the affirmative that you should be able to disown a child?
A preliminary question is: how old are we considering a child? We need to consider that first.
18 and under.
No. What she's saying is, at conception, a child. Okay, we're just gonna say a child that's been conceived for 9 months and has a healthy birth. Okay, for you fucking lefties out there, that's what we're gonna say a child is.
Fucking lefties. Yeah, she is a fucking lefty.
Yeah. Okay, so you think that you should be able to expel a child? Is that like the position Steelman would take?
I don't have a passionate position on this. In fact, I've never thought about this really much until like just now. So whatever, I'm sure I could still man either side at this point, or probably.
Okay, well, let's find something that he's excited about. Come on, I don't want him pussyfooting around.
Well, what are you excited about? No,
wait. All right, kids, calm down.
I want to know.
I'm gonna have to pull this over.
Well, hold on, Kel. Did you have a strong position on that on either side?
No, I'm a fence sitter. Totally lukewarm.
By the way, that's an ANCAP position. By the way, that's fucking bullshit.
I mean, the thing is, my side only. I'm the devil's advocate. I can only develop a side when you have yours. I'll be like, no, you're fucking wrong, and here's why.
God damn it. Is monogamy a statist relic or a voluntary cultural preference?
How about that's kind of a nuanced prompt. We could say
it is a nuanced prompt. That's absolutely true.
Should we dumb it down to something like, is monogamy
it down?
Okay or not?
Kel, do you understand the prompt?
I do. I'm sorry, Steelman doesn't.
Well, dumb it down for me real quick. Say it again.
Okay. Let me read it again. Is monogamy a statist relic?
Wait, monogamy? One person on one person relationship.
See, I don't even know what the fuck monogamy is. You know me.
Yeah.
All right, keep going.
Or a voluntary cultural preference.
But see, that's why I didn't get it, because aren't those two the same thing?
No, because statism, the state says you can only marry one person. Is that okay? Is that what we is that old fashioned? Is it a voluntary cultural preference which can't become over old fashioned?
Were we like naturally predisposed to be on like a one-on-one person?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to dumb it down to. I would argue that we are not naturally disposed to be monogamous.
Okay, see, totally W. Polyamory W. Polyamory W. Let's go.
You can't argue that one, Kel, because of your predilection to polyamory?
No. I actually will argue it because of my experience, actually. I could probably argue the antithesis very well.
All right. That's what we got, baby.
I'm here to the swing through my
so who's taking the affirmative?
Well, affirmative. Can you rephrase the question? The way you said it. Sorry, my dumbed down version.
Here, I'm taking the affirmative that that monogamy is not
a statist cultural relic.
Yeah, it's not what early hominoids would have done.
Right. Okay.
Wait, you're saying it's not what early hominoids would have done?
I'm saying they would have been polygamous.
Okay.
All right. All right. So since he's taking the affirmative, he'll kick off. Kel, you will receive let me get my clock set up here. Sorry, I wasn't really ready. Whoops, the wrong one. All right, 1 minute on the clock. Steelman, you may go.
Okay, so what I'm kind of my stance is that that monogamy is a statist, control mechanism, and in our natural state or in our early, hominoid state is another way of understanding what our natural state is. Before we had this state, this government that controlled us and created laws, right? So in nature, we would have been polygamous because we would have been like spread out more. We didn't have these tight cities, and we didn't have this idea of necessarily like living in, we had like hunter-gatherer type situations, right? So you had a lot of people on the move, and you would, bump into different people, things like that, and think into nature where different animals, they have different partners because, they'll be traveling, they'll see somebody, then they'll breed, but then they'll continue moving on. And a person's not going to necessarily stick with the same woman for 8 months.
That's time. Thank you. Kel, are you ready?
Yes.
Go.
You say that we're naturally predisposed to the condition of being, and I would say that we can observe it in multiple cultures throughout history. But honestly, if you look at that in nature, in societal context, it's out of a state of necessity. If the survival rate of whatever particular individual species is low, you're going to have, we got to repopulate our species at some point. So obviously a woman has to be pregnant for 9 months. A guy can spread his feet as he so pleases. So it's no longer like when it's not a state of absolute necessity, then it's not a natural predisposition to us. Hence why you started seeing people getting tried for being unfaithful as early as the Salem witch trials and stuff like that, because which is another predisposed. And there's multiple monogamous examples too throughout history. As much as you can throw in the 2 or 3 examples of polygamy, you can throw in several examples of monogamy as well. That's all.
That's time. Thank you. And 5 minutes is on the clock. I want a nice clean fight. No hitting below the belt. No hair pulling, especially you two. All right, let's go.
Rebuttal?
Well, you didn't really say much to rebuttal to. So what I will say is, is that you look at our society, for example, we already have laws that make monogamy, a law, and we have these high divorce rates. The actual number of monogamous people is probably
Well, I'm not gonna let you waste our 5.
I'll give her a second. She already knew she lost. She just pulled her plug, and because she knows it's only 1% of the population. Maybe at best.
Minutes with your stuttering, dude. What months or whatever. Can you guys hear me? Like,
Kelly,
I
can hear you now.
People aren't going to be with the same mate that they originally participated with, but that doesn't mean that they're going to, like, just because, what mate is going to be with that person forever? Not their first mate, of course, but.
Even though you can't necessarily hear all she's saying, she's conceding to my point. What she said was, yeah, they're not going to have the same mate forever, but that doesn't mean they're not monogamous. Well, that is what it means.
Yes, no, that's exactly what it means. Thank you for proving my point. That's exactly what it means, is that they are monogamous. It's just like situational.
No.
They concede to that situation when it's out of necessity.
They're not monogamous.
That's when you see the
if they have
anomaly.
multiple partners, they're not monogamous.
Name 3 societies.
No,
name 3 societies throughout history. You said it's like a historical consistency. Can you name 3 societies that practice polygamy throughout history?
Well, I'm saying that we actually do practice it in reality. On paper, it looks good. We call it marriage and we call it monogamy, but that's not what we're practicing, and that's for a reason, because that's not what we naturally.
Can you name one society in history that practiced polygamy?
Well, I mean, again, I'm not like going to appeal to some authority or anything like that. What I'm saying is that can you?
You said it's historically consistent. I would say name any example where it's historically consistent. If you can like back up.
Well, I don't recall what I said is historically consistent. What I'm saying is that can you name a society where the majority of them, unless I mean I don't know, but we're actually monogamous. Let's get on. Hold on.
Just because people don't practice something. Yeah. Okay. Straight. Something you know nothing about.
So let's say. Let's get the goalpost back, because I believe that you changed the definition. You said monogamy is someone who can have multiple partners as long as they're not what.
No, I never said multiple partners. I never said that. I said that
a person are you saying a person is monogamous even though they've had multiple partners throughout their life?
Yes, because if you're in a committed to relationship to one person, define monogamy.
Okay, so you could say, okay, that's a form of it, but then what I'm saying is that that's a weak form of it, because then all you have to do is say, okay, I break up with this person, I'm going to sleep with this person. Okay, now I break up with you, I'm going to sleep with this person, and that's just you're just redefining the
practice or state of being married to one person at a time, as defined by Merriam's Webster.
Okay, so then you can divorce them and go marry somebody else, and now you're still monogamous, right?
Yes, because you're making a commitment to that relationship. Just because it doesn't work out doesn't mean that you're literally like not making your own argument at all. You're talking about like divorce.
Well, I am making my argument. I'm saying that you're actually covering the reality of what monogamy truly is, which is actually being a virgin, getting with someone and staying with them for your life.
That's not what monogamy
not moving
is.
the goalpost and divorcing people.
No, you literally have a basic disunderstanding of the premise then, because monogamy is the state of being practiced to one individual at a time.
Then let's get it down. Let me concede to all of that and say, okay, then marriage is what you're saying is you should have monogamy.
I gotta stop you guys 1.5 on the board here, because I hate doing this as a moderator, but I have to, because talking about early man does not address statist at all. And I don't want you to lose because you didn't address the prompt.
No, we made our own prompt. We discussed our own prompt. We said we're not going to necessarily go with that prompt. We're going to say is monogamy, whatever.
That's what we call moving the goalpost, brother. I'm like, you're the first one to say it.
No, I said I would argue that early hominoids, you're right. I said I would argue that early hominoids likely were not actually married or monogamous. And what she's saying is monogamy falls under the category of married, basically. Once you're married, you're committed to that person.
And he's saying you're not making your own argument at all. So you might as well get back to the prompt. Why would you be inherently inclined to believe that it is a natural predisposition for people? What historical examples can you, or any example can you cite that it's a historical
one, because that's why we have to put it into law, because people want to be free, they want to do what they want, and that's why you see cheating going up so much, and people trying to hide it.
I can name several examples of why it's written into law, and it's people like Joseph Smith. Mormonism spreading. There's specific people that had gross ideologies that spread and corrupted America that made certain people predisposed to acclimate to conditions that aren't acceptable or natural. But just because we had to correct other people's wrongs doesn't mean that we're naturally predisposed.
I'm saying that it's all a control thing. It's kind of like slavery. It's saying I own this person. They're not free to do what they want. If they want to go do this other thing, they can't, because
just because you're not allowed to marry multiple people doesn't mean you weren't allowed to date multiple people at a time in different states. I'm like, so that's a complete null and void point. Because there's plenty of people who have different feelings about marriage and don't think that that's a valid way to.
Okay, so you're saying you don't want to own the person. You just want to rent them temporarily until you decide to divorce them. You want to own them temporarily.
No, you enter every relationship with the intention of it working out. But when it doesn't work out, tough shit. Are you just used up and fuck? Well, it didn't work out. I guess I just better kill myself. Like, no, of course not. In Minecraft. You could finish your point normally, but I know you didn't have one. So
all right, I'm not gonna say anything. Let's go to Cleaner 409.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I actually heard one argument in there that was a really strong one. Most of it was rhetoric that we've heard before. I had Steelman at 11 points and Kel at 10 on the dot. Steelman an extra point for refuting a couple extra points and then bringing the really, really strong argument.
You giving it to Steelman?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Agrillipus?
Yeah, I gave it to Steelman too. Honestly, Kel kind of conceded early in the debate, yeah. I mean, I don't do the whole point system. I just take notes and compare them, and she conceded early in the debate.
Conceded on what?
They just kept going.
Okay.
Y'all started getting into historically consistent and naming societies and all this other shit, but you inevitably said that you agree with his standpoint as much as you agree with your own.
In what sense? What did I say that I agree with?
Let's just move on to Anson, and then we'll close this out.
So the clarity and precision of the arguments used, the specific rhetoric, Steelman, I mean, you were just missing with all of your swings, and Kel, you were, like a dull blade trying to cut through a watermelon. It was really kind of painful. You did better, Kel, on the four-seer argument and pointing out a couple of times that Steelman was moving the goalpost because, he basically didn't have a leg to stand on because he's kind of a moron. In terms of the style and delivery, Kel, you had a really strong focus on realism. And I appreciate realism in a debate because people can relate to it. I thought you did a little bit better on style and delivery for that reason. Y'all both have no strategy, and your arguments really weren't relevant to anything. Y'all both really kind of suck on that. And in terms of audience engagement, Kel, the audience really liked you and your arguments compared to Steelman. I was paying attention to the chat because that's one of the metrics I use is audience engagement. And they agreed with me that you really killed it, Kel. And I don't know why the other judges didn't see it, but you definitely won that. And I scored you at twice the points that Steelman had, 12-6.
No, it's weird.
Simping, Anson.
Kel, actually, all right, hold on. The debate prompt was statist. It wasn't. It was not poly versus non-poly. At no point did Steelman actually address the prompt. He made an argument that he wanted to make, but he never. And I even stopped the debate to say, Steelman, you have a minute and a half left. Please address the actual prompt. And he tried to correct me and say that he made their own prompt when I'm literally looking at the prompt that I gave.
This is what we call
I don't understand how anybody gave any points to Steelman whatsoever. If that's what the judges decided, I'm going to stand. I will stand with the judges. But literally zero. I even stopped you, bro. I didn't want you to do it.
That's
because you're a hater, Grid.
I'm not a hater. I literally gave you the prompt. You guys agreed to the prompt, and then you tried to tell me that you changed the prompt.
So when you want to be a judge, then I'll listen to your rhetoric. But until then, thank you guys.
Hey, Kel, stick around. I'm going to pay for you.
Somebody will buy you back in, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, I got to be honest, man.
But for the moment, Kel is being unemployed from the panel.
Yeah, Kel, you're unemployed again. Sorry.
Whatever. It's okay.
I'll buy you back in. I'm sure somebody will buy you back in because
it's okay. I know that I have like a lesser place in society as a woman, but I'm going to fight twice as hard.
You're damn straight you do.
There you go.
Fight hard.
Fight hard.
That was a close one for sure.
Look at the chat vote. The chat vote is amazing.
Who is banging on a guitar?
Kel, I'll admit that was a close one.
I'm glad you think so, Steelman.
Later.
Kel, I already got one ex-female co-host. I could always start looking for another one.
In your dreams, sweet cheeks. In your dreams.
She doesn't have time. She's a working woman. All right, I have to ask.
I think your mic loud when you move it.
My mic is?
Somebody's is. Somebody's mic.
I'm not touching my mic at all.
Picking up.
I just unmuted mine.
Somebody was banging on a guitar, though. That was awesome.
Now I got to debate you, Grid. Someone paid to have Grid and I debate something.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Come on, Abe. You know we got to keep.
So I have to ask: in what world did Steelman address the prompt?
I will.
Well, when he started talking about the nature of the human being, going down that route was actually addressing whether or not it was something that was created through humanity's mental engagement or whether it was just something that was natural. And so that was the strongest argument I heard out of either of their mouths about the prompt itself.
That's all I was addressing was, Steelman was making the, people on the move, culture, travel, and nature. And she agreed to it. So
that's the closest we got to state.
That's the closest, but
broad
she agreed.
Principles of the Articles of Confederation.
Status. Yeah.
I don't think.
All right.
I don't think they really understood the spirit of the prompt.
I didn't think that he made the prompt. Because I guess I just don't. I don't see it. I didn't hear him say anything about that. I mean, he was just talking about how it's just natural for people to go off and just not in a tribal way to have these. But he never even defined a non-monogamous relationship. He just said that these people would just bang and they just didn't have actual relationships.
Right.
But he didn't have to define it. I mean,
monogamy is relic or a voluntary cultural preference. So basically, what you're telling me is that he was saying that it's just it's not a voluntary cultural preference because of tribalism back in the day.
I thought the prompt was just speaking to whether or not it was a statist relic. He was saying it's not a statist relic.
Well, the whole prompt was: is monogamy a statist relic or a voluntary cultural preference?
Right, but neither side could be on the affirmative if that's the prompt, and so you restructured the prompt so that one could be on the affirmative. And the prompt I heard was, it is not a statist relic. That was the first prompt that I heard that was an affirmative prompt from Steelman. So I was like, all right, if that's what they're arguing.
Again, you guys are the judges.
That's what I went off of too, Cleaner, honestly. So maybe we both just misunderstood.
It could be.
It's fine. Look, you guys are the judges. I'm not trying to argue with you guys. I just wanted to understand how this went side, because this was really this is almost like an Anson Knowles prompt. But
it wasn't as bad.
I think it would be a good prompt for people that actually had a little more knowledge on it. Sure. I think the thing was Steelman and Kel just neither one of them really had a lot of knowledge on it because it wasn't something they cared to really look into or argue in the past. Which is fair.
I think Kel made in my opinion, Kel made a reasonable argument of serial monogamy. Right? Sure, absolutely. You might divorce, you might not get married, but you may have a monogamous relationship with one person and then break up with that person and have a monogamous relationship with another person.
That would be her changing the definition, though. That's the way I saw it. It was kind of like what we understand and what the prompt was.
But that isn't that what we culturally understand as monogamy?
That's why.
One person, two people together, I would say would be the cultural understanding of monogamy.
Yeah.
Now, the religious understanding of monogamy would be one man and one woman until the day they die. But the thing is, right The thing is, right after she gave that example, within the next minute, she also conceded, though, that at times throughout human history, we haven't really pushed monogamy. We've actually had more polygamous areas at different times.
Only under specific circumstances and not culture.
Right, but that right there conceded to it being a more natural thing.
That's what I got on my notes.
With an inference.
You guys are just dumb.
I don't think it's natural to. I wouldn't think it would be.
I literally said it was like out of absolute necessity.
So making it a natural claim with that is saying that for the species to survive, we understand that it's only natural that we do this thing.
We've seen cannibalism.
So you're going back to doing something for the betterment of the species, and maybe that doesn't really approach full natural understanding or whatnot, but that is what cavemen originally did. And then going, you know what I mean? So it's like,
I mean, again,
he had already said
they went back and forth on that because Steelman was arguing like it's the nature of humans and stuff. So I mean, they kind of went like,
again, I guess my point would be that any argument involving cavemen would immediately be irrelevant because we're talking about statists. We're talking about being
that's why I was like, name any like recent society, because I was like, we can see prosecutions of people being like tried for being like infidelity or whatever as early as the like Salem witch trials. So it's been a like historical problem. Like we can cite historical examples. I'm like,
I thought that was a horrible example too. There are much better examples throughout history.
Okay, well, I didn't have them handy, but he didn't even try and pull any out of his ass. Okay, at least I tried to.
I understand. I mean, again, and I'm not coping, Steelman. I'm telling you, brother, if it had been me judging you, you didn't even address the argument, and I even stopped the debate so that to make sure that you would. And I do not believe that you addressed the argument at all. Now, that's my opinion because I've got the prompt here in front of me, and I don't see anything in there. I don't understand how you get a statist argument using prehistoric tribal.
I just want to let the judges know that Grid already hates me, so this is why he's coping so hard. Just so you know, this is why he's coping.
If I hated you, you wouldn't fucking be here.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, I don't think he hates you.
Well, no, I'm just letting you guys know. No, I'm sorry. He has a vendetta.
No, he doesn't. He's just trying to give constructive criticism. That's what we do after the debates. Man.
I was just trying to.
I mean, I can fuck you right on out of here if you want. I mean, I don't give a shit.
And Grid hates women. That's why he keeps having me back, guys.
Grid doesn't hate women.
Grid critiques the debaters and the judges.
So, he does.
I really want to understand this because
okay, so this is funny.
Let me explain it. If this is in good faith, I will explain.
Statist, I think citadels. I think modernity. When we call it a statist relic, right? So I'm thinking like World War II Nazi Germany, where they're making people get married. Like you have to get married. You have to procreate, right? Like
now, can I address that in good faith?
Right. I mean, that's what I think a statist.
Yeah, you can let him finish first.
People wandering around in the woods eating berries and fucking. Okay, that's why I have such a disconnect here, and that's why I don't think Steelman addressed the argument at all.
Okay, I want to address this in good faith.
A weekend, though, what you described.
I couldn't hear you, Wally.
Huh?
Couldn't hear you.
I was going to say, it's fun for a weekend, what you were describing, though.
Yeah. right. Wandering around in the woods with berries and shit. Yeah. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, great. If you're not in bad faith, then I'll respond in good faith to my explanation to why you're confused.
If you're not in bad faith, it's so crazy when you're on someone's panel. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I think the reason that you might be confused then is because when you gave that initial prompt,
the condescending tone. I think you might be confused because I think the reason you might be confused is
let him finish. I really want to hear this. I really do.
How do I mute her?
So just in good faith, right? The reason is because I intentionally in my eyes, and I think in maybe others' eyes, didn't concede to that initial prompt that you think that we conceded to. I believe I said I have an issue with that prompt. Here's the prompt I will concede to. and then we moved forward from there. And maybe that's the part that you had missed.
I very specifically said, after you said that you wanted to do something different, I said, this is the prompt. Do you want to go with it or not? Kel said yes. You said yes, and that's what we went with. We can run it back.
I also asked you several times. I'm like, let's pick something you're excited about. I asked that several times. I was like,
and while Grid looks back at it real quick and pulls it up.
You'll be the one to pull the clip when it's your problem. But
so hold on, Kel, hold on. The reason that I judged the way I did was because your side of it, Steelman, was you said that you did not think it was just statism, or you're arguing against it being just statism, right? And so the reason that I said that Steelman got it was because in that reference, all he has to do is show that it could be something else, anything else, and showing that it is at some points done whenever society needs this or that does show that like it's not necessarily statism. So that when he made the reference to well, it looks like at times when we didn't have any sort of social structure, cavemen did this, and then at times throughout history when people were more primal, they did this, and then so that's why I said that was the stronger of the arguments, because it actually spoke to the prompt, which was this is not statism. So he's showing it's not that thing by showing it could be something else.
So he's saying that no statism is statism, because the thing his argument didn't make any sense. That's the part that I had problems with. So it depends on how you define statism, and they didn't really go into that. And Kel, when he was talking about when you were bringing up him moving the goalpost, right? You were not specific and clear enough in your repudiation of his underhanded tactics, right? And that's on you for sucking as a debater, right? I mean, neither one of y'all are any good.
To be fair, though, I did give her a point for calling out that he tried to move the goalpost. She just lost one because she conceded a point also. That's all. That was why they were neck and neck through it.
Yeah, I don't know. I did kind of like you, Cleaner, initially when I was judging, where I would give people points for their I guess their statements during the debates. But I've gone to an almost totally qualitative model for judging now, right? Where it's not about like the horse race aspect of it, and it's more like, I mean, honestly, like the holistic view of the arguments, like Steelman just like he didn't do anything like related to what the debate was about, and Kel brought up the fact that he wasn't talking about that. Like from my perspective, that was the end of the debate.
Rebuttal, response, thoughts,
and plus she has jugs, so she automatically wins.
Do I? Like, this is news to me and the audience.
Wrong one. Sorry.
Here we go. He's gonna make you feel better right now. He's gonna make you feel better.
I had for some reason it.
Yep. And I'm gonna throw something at the camera. Do you want a fresh clip? Would that make you feel better?
Yeah, I do need a fresh clip. By the way, that's the truth.
No.
Why does this keep giving me the wrong fucking screen?
See, karma.
Keeps bombing your command prompt, man.
We need another debate grid. How about Wally versus Abe for the next one, since I've got 150 in credits? I really want to see Wally debate. It's been a while since I've seen him on here, and I'm super excited about it.
So I wonder, in general, I hate doing shit like this, but
sometimes you got with disingenuous little.
Well, and if she wants to do the one that's what she suggested, I'm okay with either one. Whatever's cool.
W.
All right, who's gonna take the?
Well, and if she wants to do the one that's what she suggested, hold on, play it on context. I'm okay with either one. Whatever's cool.
All right, so that's what's up.
Hold on, play it in context, dude. Are you serious? Are you judges actually taking that? That was ridiculous. Play it in context, dude. We didn't say the prompt or anything. He said,
yeah. What's the prompt?
The prompt is whatever you agreed to, and Grid's in charge.
You literally said whatever she says
yeah, but you didn't play
is the prompt, and she went with my prompt.
Oh my god!
All right,
that was
well, I didn't just do that. Here, Smoking Spaceman said, just did the relay. Prompt was, is monogamy a status relic or voluntary cultural preference?
Are we doing that again?
We never did hear that in the clip you just played.
Grid. Wally versus Abe.
So much at a time.
Well, right, and so I thought Steelman was saying no, it's not.
Cope, seed mold.
Yeah, so I thought Steelman was saying it's not a status relic. Wasn't that what his side was? As
his side should have been. It's not a status.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. That's what I thought he was going with.
But he didn't address statism at all. He
also
went
picked anything else.
full on. He went
but
full
here's where I addressed statism, Grid. I addressed it when I said, pre-civilization, pre-state. I said.
Right, and I said name, and he said like.
All right, stop. Fucking stop. How the fuck can something be a statist relic if it exists before statism?
Yeah, I cut onto that too. He's like, I was arguing pre-state.
How
can you argue
Steel man, you kind of
No, I was saying that we were polygamous before the state. I was saying we were polygamous before the state.
Correct.
How do you know that?
Be a statist relic.
And go back and play what I agreed to my prompt.
I did.
No,
I can only play so much at a time. Literally, everyone.
How much can you play at a time,
the
Grid?
same thing.
Did you go and interview hunter-gatherers to collect that information for the debate?
No. I was just using a thought experiment. Saying, I think before fucking the state was around, people weren't going around exchanging rings and vows and getting married because.
Is this a social experiment? Am I getting?
This is like, do monkeys get married before they have sex? I don't think so. That was my experiment.
I haven't looked into it. I'm not a monkey scientist.
Here's
a
question.
All right. I'm done with this. I'm done with this. So here's the deal. Don't ever do that shit again. Okay? Just fucking don't do it. Because not only were the judge, so I'm okay with the judges not understanding, but I literally went over the prompt like 4 times. And I even stopped the fucking debate to remind you what the prompt was. Don't ever do that shit again.
And you're changing it. So
I didn't change shit.
Not you, Grid.
No, go ahead and play it for us, Grid. Go ahead and play it for the prompt.
Yeah, not you, Grid. He just.
I have a follow-up question.
Say it with your chest. Like the fuck?
All right, I have to mute this window down, so just stand by. I will fucking do it.
That's so funny. It's hilarious.
I have a follow-up question about monkey marriage.
Grid knows all about that.
Does that mean like marital ape is real?
Evil. No. I don't know.
I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell.
For a joke? No.
Yeah, no. I've done much worse.
Where do we draw the line with that? Oh yeah, I want to have the free speech debate with some of these like conservative dicks sometime. The people that are like, bro, the Elon Musk shit is so funny. They're like, let's defend free speech, and then he's like banning everyone off his platform. I'm like, okay.
Would you not say it's Grid's free speech to kick you off right now if he doesn't like what you say?
I see if he wants to fucking kick me off, then that's his fucking prerogative.
He was talking to me. He was talking to me.
Shut up.
I am fucking dead. Yeah, kick him off. Actually, I love it. I love free speech. Oh, that was so good. Grid, you don't know what clips are on Twitch yet, but I'm going to go onto your Twitch channel and clip that epic own.
Grid, we can't hear what's playing on this.
We need the
Oh,
clip.
I'm sorry, did I not share the... Hold on. Did I not share the sound? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Thought I did. My bad. Give me one second. I need to actually go back anyway. So that's right.
That's what
Yeah, we need the context, of course.
Well, that's what we really need, Kel, is we need the Twitch clip of you practicing your throwing arm.
Throwing what? Throwing what?
Oh, the Grid's favorite.
Ever. Whatever.
Here's the thing I learned last night, Grid, on Abe's debate. We played this game with Kat and all this stuff, where there was this debate, this writing prompt, right? But then you realize that it's not necessarily all about the prompt. It's who can write better, who can debate better. So even if someone doesn't necessarily,
Mauled,
it doesn't necessarily default. I'm saying you can still get points for the debate.
I'm definitely humble enough to say if I misunderstood the prompt or something, but.
So, Steelman, does that mean that in a debate about abortion, I should turn it into a really effective Sega versus Super Nintendo debate?
Yes, you should.
Well, I'm saying that if you did do that, and
if you cared about the cause, yes.
If you successfully did that with skill, then maybe you'd get points for that, on a judging scoreboard. That's all I'm saying.
No, you fucking idiot.
For certain things that you might have done during the debate. That's all I'm saying. It's not like an
you-
automatic, somehow they think she addressed the prompt more, so therefore she defaults.
Yeah, no,
to them.
I think right now with all the fucked up bullshit that happened with the prompt, maybe us judges do not understand what the actual prompt was, because I was under the impression that you were arguing.
I will smoke you again.
If
and
you would
can pick
shut
the
the
prompt.
fuck up and stop interrupting, Kel.
Or what? Pick the prompt. I'll smoke you again.
Shut up,
I will
Kel.
smoke you. I will smoke you again.
You're
bro.
talking to not talking to the debater. You're talking to a judge.
You are so disrespectful.
How about we do a Wally versus Abe debate now?
Hold on, we haven't had enough meta about a meta debate yet, so we have to do this until we have an infinite debate crisis.
Yes.
Infinite debate, man. That sounds
Where
like
more of us show up and have to fight each other,
Yeah, just parallel universes.
Yeah.
Eventually, Earth 2 Wally is going to fight Earth Prime Wally.
I claim the pole arm.
Multiple incursions.
Side?
You got it.
I'm a fence sitter. Totally lukewarm.
By the way, that's an ANCAP position, by the way. This fucking bullshit.
I mean, the thing is, my side I'm the devil's advocate. I can only develop a side when you have yours. I'll be like, no, you're fucking wrong.
Yeah, so you don't have any positions of your own. You come up with them based on shit.
She can't.
Is monogamy a statist relic or a voluntary cultural preference?
How about that's kind of a nuanced problem. We could say
It is a nuanced prompt. That's absolutely true.
Should we dumb it down to something like, is monogamy
Dumb it down?
Okay or not?
Kel, do you understand the prompt?
That completely removes statist word.
Well, dumb it down for me real quick.
Prompt.
Say it again.
Okay. Let me read it again. Is monogamy a statist relic?
Wait, monogamy? One person on one person relation.
See, I don't even know what the fuck monogamy is. You know me.
Yeah.
No, just kidding. All right, keep going.
Or a voluntary cultural preference?
But see, that's why I didn't get it, because aren't those two the same thing?
No, because statism, the state says you can only marry one person. Is that okay? Is that old fashioned? Is it a voluntary cultural preference which can't become over old fashioned?
Were we naturally predisposed to be on a one-on-one person?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to dumb it down to. I would argue that we are not naturally disposed to be monogamous.
Okay, see, totally W. Polyamory W. Polyamory W. Let's go.
Are you
right there, guys?
Are you can't argue that one, Kel, because of your predilection to polyamory?
No. I actually will argue it because of my experience. Actually, I could probably argue the antithesis very well.
All right, that's what we got, baby.
So I changed the debate right there.
All right, so you just agreed with who's taking the affirmative version a definition.
Well, affirmative. Can you rephrase the question?
You didn't actually change the debate.
But I did say that's what I'll agree to right there, didn't I, guys? I said I changed his topic, and I said this is the topic I'll agree to right here, and that's what I meant when I said. Well, we just heard
you agreed with my definition
because
you
the
did not
I
change
heard,
it.
Yeah, the topic I heard was similar, and that's what I was kind of going off of. So, like,
No, that's fine. If you guys judged me on the topic that he gave me, that's fine. But I'm saying to him, between him and I actually felt like I said this is the topic I'll debate to, which was a variation of what he said.
And I stopped you in the middle of it and said that you didn't address the status portion of it.
And you said, no, I'm making a point. And he's like, yeah, the wrong point, you
And if
idiot.
you would
I
like
tried to lead the horse to water, but the horse wouldn't fucking
It's all right.
drink.
It's all right. Fuck it. It doesn't matter. But don't do that shit again. All right. Who's next? I forget who was next.
Wally and Abe.
Wally and Abe. All right. Fuck it.
You sure you don't want to save me answering for someone who's prepared to argue against universal women's unemployment?
I'm not a fan of universal women's unemployment. Then OF would be
Good luck.
All right, gentlemen.
So, Abe, how do you feel about universal women's unemployment?
I mean, if that means they're in the kitchen.
Yes, it does.
Well, I'm good with that.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we're not going to do that. All right. So, what do we want to debate tonight, guys?
What do you got? What do you got?
I got a bunch of stuff. I got a bunch of ANCAP stuff tonight for some reason. I think Scott fucking like put a bunch of shit in my head.
Who does
yeah,
it?
this is
Will do that to you. Put a lot of shit in your head.
That's right. Can private communities ban divorce or enforce traditional marriage?
So that would be something like if a homeowners association regulation.
Yeah, basically, do people have the right to form covenant communities with strict relationship rules?
Yeah.
I think Abe's going to be on that same side. He's pretty based. What a good fight here.
Sorry, my wife walked in here, so I kind of missed that.
That's all right. You would be on the same side anyway, so it's fine. Let's see. Ooh, both of you guys be. Will most men die alone? Are declining birth rates and marriage rates a sign of male obsolescence?
I mean, I don't think that it's a sign of male obsolescence, but I do think that it's a possibility.
Yeah, I'm with the no on that too.
Okay.
But, yeah.
All right.
I mean, a possibility is not really.
I really need I need a strong feminist for these prompts, and neither one of you fill that role.
I just fired a woman this week, Grid. What more do you want?
Did you fire Eternal Thought?
I mean, her saying she couldn't show up would be me going, okay, well then we're done.
Yeah, there you go.
That's why I'm raising awareness that she's unemployed.
Let's go with some black pillism. Is self-improvement a lie in a rigged game? In other words, can discipline and ambition overcome societal and biological disadvantages? Because you ain't a Chad. Or is the system too far gone? Kel's like, with a swagger and confidence that can only be debunked. That's pretty funny. I got both of you stumped. That's really good.
Say it again. Do the prompt again.
All right. Is self-improvement a lie in a rigged game? And basically, this is can you work out? Can you improve yourself? Can you do all of the things to become a Chad and win the game, or is the game just simply gone too far and there are too many Andrew Tates out there ruining it for the rest of us?
I will say that it's not a lie. I can argue that side.
Okay, it's not a lie. Chadley, Mr. 218. By the way, good job. Good job.
Oh.
I can actually tell your face is clear, is like way more defined.
Oh, thank you.
You've lost that jowlness.
I've come a long way in the past, probably over a year. People have been able to see me regularly on the internet.
Yeah. So is it an unachievable goal or not?
I mean, depending on what they're trying to sell people, I think it definitely is.
So are you guys are kind of on the same side there then? All right, that's fine.
He's saying it is
He said it is.
I'm saying that depending on what they're selling, I think it is a lie. Because ultimately,
he thinks it's a lie.
Like,
I can argue that it's not a lie.
All right. Well, let's do that one because I'm tired of the black-pilledness in society. That's why you have all of these agency versus nihilism arguments. You have agency anyway. All right, gentlemen, you know the rules. Want a good clean fight? Please stay on the prompt. That's the first time I've ever had to interrupt somebody to stay on the fucking prompt. By the way, and all right. So who's taking the affirmative again?
that it's a lie? Yeah, that'd be
That's
me.
you. Yeah. All right. You ready, Wally?
All right, let's go.
You need to stretch. All right. Don't want to pull a hammy. You ready?
All right, ready.
Go.
All right, so my position is that self-improvement would be a lie because ultimately, no matter what steps to achieving the goal you are giving someone is going to inevitably run into a brick wall at some point when genetics come into play. At some point, everyone is going to have to end up playing the hand that they are dealt genetically. Now, can I get better? Yes. Am I going to look like the ultimate warrior? Probably not, no matter what I do without some level of dangerous substances being injected into me. So when genetics do kick in, at some point, you can only push yourself so far within those limitations.
You had 5 seconds left. Good solid work. You ready, Abe?
Sure.
Go.
I would say that self-improvement is not a lie. And the reason I would say this is, yes, although there may be genetic limits for certain things, you can find a different avenue. If you have an issue with your body, you could be funny. You could be a comedian. You could do programming. You could learn some way to earn extra money to make up for the differences that your body does not give you. And in that, you could gain other forms of success that would allow you to be either more successful in the world or with the opposite sex, or in whichever way that you need to grow to meet the world and be successful. I think that most people have some avenue by which they can move into the world in a successful manner. And so I think any form of self-improvement is a step up for any person.
All right. 10 seconds left. Solid work. All right, guys. Got 5 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
So, Abe, from hearing your statement, my biggest question that was popping into my mind would be this. What would be the self-improvement methods that would be advocated to a person with gender dysphoria?
I have no idea. I don't have it, so I have no idea what methods would need to be given. But I would say that self-improvement by the standard of improvement would have to be preset. So if we're talking about you and I, right, we could lift, we could work out, we could get more intelligent, or not more intelligent, but we could learn more skills, which would allow us to make more money, which would make us more attractive.
So in a case of someone with gender dysphoria, they would say the self-improvement would be hypothetically a man saying, I'm going to put on a wig and a dress and you must call me a woman, and that will cause me significant self-improvement.
Okay, so what would you say? Do you think that gender dysphoria would persist if somebody had to work, say, in nature on a farm somewhere for long periods of time without anybody to affirm that?
I think it would be better in all those situations if we were not lying to that person.
I agree.
They are not what they're claiming to be.
I agree.
So then you would agree that in that case, a self-improvement program would be an absolute lie.
No, because you're telling them to stop the thing that is not improving their life.
Lying to, no, I'm saying because this is what I'm saying. They're saying self-improvement would be affirm that I am the opposite sex that I biologically am. You're saying that, agreeing that would be a lie. So
I don't think that's improvement. It would have to be improvement for it to be self-improvement. If it's not improving the thing,
in
then
their
it
perspective, that would be an improvement. In the perspective of some of their treating doctors, that would be an improvement. But we know we're affirming a lie.
What they think doesn't matter. What they think doesn't matter. Self-improvement means that self is improved. If improvement is the standard by which we are measuring, and they are saying this thing, then there is no self-improvement.
Self-improvement, the improvement of the self would be, well, they would also have to assess what would improve themselves. So
okay,
they're
by your metric,
it would be a self-improvement for you to call me a woman.
No, because by your standard, anything could be improvement. I could say I'm improving because I gained 500 pounds. That's not improvement by any metric. So that's not improvement.
I mean, if you have a bizarre sexual fetish, you might be, by your definition, by your own,
there has to be metrics by which improvement exists. If you lift more weight, that's an improvement. If you run faster miles, that's improvement. If you do an objective measure by which improvement has happened, then yourself has improved. So self-improvement.
If I'm doing that to be healthier, then I want to be healthier. So that is a preference. I'm preferring to be healthy. I'm preferring to be more muscular. I am displaying preferences for myself in my self-improvement. There has to be a personal aspect there. I have to see it as an improvement.
But improvement is set by metrics. And if there is no metric by which to measure improvement, even self-improvement, then it's not improvement. Improvement
if I'm at 200 pounds, no amount of, and I think I look perfectly fine, feel perfectly fine, and think everything about me is perfectly fine, you're not going to convince me that it would be a self-improvement that I drop down to 150 no matter what you tell me. I have to have that preference as well. I have to want to get there.
Okay, but self-improvement would mean that you are seeking that which improves.
So if I don't see that as a self-improvement, why would I be seeking it?
Well, that's the whole point. The whole point is there has to be a reason, right? Self-improvement isn't a lie because self-improvement leads us to better things.
Well, no, self-improvement is leading people to a lie. I've already demonstrated that. Self-improvement is someone saying it would be an improvement for me to be told I'm a woman when I'm not.
That doesn't prove it. You're saying 0.0001% it should be the standard for all of society. That's a foolish endeavor. The truth of the matter is, for most human beings, all improvement of self would benefit them, whether it's lifting, whether it's money, whether it's intelligence, whether it's skill, all of those things. You can't take the smallest degree of people and use that for everyone. That doesn't even make sense. That's exactly what everyone argues against.
No, my job was to demonstrate that self-improvement is a lie, and there are instances where it absolutely is. You cannot refute that.
That's not improvement.
Again, improvement.
Somebody should have extended that one. That was fucking great. That was baller.
That was fun. Good job, Abe. I enjoyed that one.
All right. So let's go with let's start with cleaner again. like get his opinion.
I think Wally had that one. He's just a couple points ahead there, but Abe was using an all or none fallacy that while Wally didn't call it out, he did refute it in a way that showed it was a fallacy. And so I gave him some extra points for that. So Wally's got it from my point of view.
Okay. All right. Furburger.
Yeah, I'm totaling. I see 5, 7, 9, 10, 5, 7, 10, 1. Oh, it's 10 to 11. That was actually pretty close. Yeah. So, y'all both, had about the same level of clarity in your arguments and the same energy level in terms of the force that you were applying in your arguments. Y'all both had like a milquetoast style tonight. I don't know, Abe, if you haven't been sleeping enough lately, you're usually a little more energetic. And Wally, I don't know if it's just Eternal being out of the picture, but your mojo's out for some reason, bro. And
I came in geared up for drama, not debate. That's what.
The audience wasn't totally dead silent. There was some engagement, but it wasn't really like supportive of one side or the other. It was more random comments, and so y'all didn't really like tap into whatever the chat wanted to hear quite so much. Smoking Spaceman was super excited about something. I just couldn't really tell what it was that he was excited about. The closing for Wally, I felt, was just slightly more relevant in terms of a strategic perspective, and so I gave it to him by 1 point.
I knew it was close. All right, Agrillipus.
Yeah. Yeah. I was conflicted on this, man. Because I mean,
you are the worst.
I mean,
sorry, Agrillipus. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. And I mean, I hate to be the outlier here, but I mean, without going into my notes, I'd give it to Abe. But I mean, if you want me to give the reasoning why, as opposed to the other two judges chose Wally, I can. But I gave it to Abe.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool beans.
All right.
I can delve into it here in a few if we want to. It's all good.
You're getting a lecture.
I mean, if you want to, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, when we were talking, Wally was talking about whole gender dysphoria and self-improvement and I kind of agree with Abe that that's it's not really it's just kind of what you want, not really an improvement. It's all based on your feelings and how you. So, I mean, objectively speaking, like Wally was saying, assess what could be to improve, and Abe gave, he was trying to say, well, there's got to be some kind of metric to it. Which I agreed on. That there should be some kind of metric on what is an improvement, and that's going to be different for everybody. But I think that's what Abe was trying to get at. Everybody's got their own way to improve. Preferring to be healthy. Wally said, if I'm 200 pounds and I feel fine. I just I had to agree with Abe that there's got to be some kind of metric to it. Because you can't, there's got to be a standard, and even if that involves like your own standard, you can't really improve yourself unless you have your own self standard, of course, which is a metric, and what was Abe was saying. So, I mean, I don't think it's a complete lie to be able to self improve. I mean, based off of what I'm hearing, I think you can self-improve. Wally even was saying you can even change your gender if you wanted to, and that's your form of self-improvement, then we should just be happy with that. So I think he was kind of like agreeing with Abe in a way, but that's why I was kind of giving more points to Abe on that one, because when he started going over the gender thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what really did it for me was that Abe made the all or none fallacy. He said, I think all self improvement will help you, right? And Wally, you came at it in a nice way with the whole, well, what if I believe that changing my gender is an improvement? Because self improvement is literally about what you believe will improve yourself. So I think you came about that and attacked that all or none pretty well there. But I think a more direct attack could have just been like, well, if I improve my murdering skills, I mean, is that a good thing? You know what I mean? That would have been like a more just straight up fucking direct call out on that one. Abe, just try not to do the all or nones.
I don't
They'll
remember
get you,
saying
bro.
all, but if I did, then that's on me.
Yeah, you did, and he caught it.
Yeah, I thought Abe, you could have come out of the door destroying him as soon as he came up with the gender dysphoria, by basically just going, okay, so what? Gender dysphoria, alcoholism, schizophrenia, Down syndrome. What does that have to do with my self-improvement? Doesn't matter what I'm coming in the door with. That has nothing to do with my self-improvement. I'm just working on self-improvement. And then Wally, I think when he didn't pick up on like countering that, when you started going into the subjectiveness, basically going, what is the standard for self-improvement? I think if you actually would have said like just out loud said, this is just a subjective attribute that you're throwing of self-improvement. What is that metric? You could have come back at the end and really come in hard with them. So I think you guys kind of both missed an opportunity there. That was pretty. It's so much easier when you're watching than when you're doing it.
True.
I got to be honest. This was like the closest one in a while. Like it was really, you guys are going back and forth, and I would have given it to either one of you. You both made great points. It literally came down to like one small fallacy, and in a just small points. So
cool stuff.
Yeah, man. Sorry to see you go, Abe.
Yeah, it's all good. That's part of the game.
Yeah, it's part of the game. It's a game. Yeah.
Yep.
So, but yeah, I mean, that was just crazy good. That was really good.
I like that prompt. I'm going to keep that on my list for later.
I'm already thinking about that. I'm like, what is the definition of self-improvement now? Like, I think we all try to do it, right? Now I'm like questioning, like, do I have my self-improvement goals in line?
Yeah.
I guess so, man.
Well,
I think another strong way to just dismantle the whole trans thing within the self-improvement metric is like, well, I mean, if somebody has schizophrenia, we're not going to help them go further down the rabbit hole of schizophrenia because that would be bad for them. It's listed as a mental disease.
Even then, like he's saying, in certain cultures, they actually embrace schizophrenia and put those people as the shamans or the high priests and whatnot of the temples or the oracles and things like that. So, like he's saying, he said depends on your metric,
okay,
right? So,
even if that's okay, but this isn't like 1,000 years ago. This like in modernity,
but it depends on your metric.
Put a Joker costume on someone and tell them to like run free and do as thou wilt. That would be insane.
Right.
That's why there's got to be a metric. That's what I was focusing. I guess I focused too much on that, but
no, I think you focused well on that for the purpose of their argument, Agropos. I think you're right. There has to be a metric and an understanding. But what I would say to that is it's the social construct that we have of right and wrong, what you should and shouldn't do. You should be trying to self-improve to achieve what the social construct is of a good person or a good man or
but again, you're saying that the social construct is essentially always right. What about like spiritual ideals?
No, but in my rebuttal, the social construct is a metric in itself. So like,
right.
That's why
but the metric in itself is arbitrary, though. So if the metric in itself is arbitrary,
the metric isn't arbitrary. The metric is defined by the construct you live in. And so if you're living in a more religious group of people, then your metric is going to appeal to the more religious type of people. If you're not, then it's going to appeal to those who are not. It depends on the people you are living around. Your social construct will be different from mine. You live in a different city, a different state. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. That's yep. That's why I was so focused on the metric part of it. Yep.
Really, really great. Right. That is a good prompt. I like that a lot.
Yeah. This is a great prompt. I'm definitely saving this one. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pop down. Thanks, guys.
All right. Hey, thanks,
Have
Abe.
fun.
Thanks for coming by, man. And
course.
I actually, you should come on the show maybe like Wednesday night. Well, maybe I think Wednesday night I have something going on, but one night this week you should come on.
Chill stream.
Sounds good.
Chill
Sounds
stream.
good.
We'll chill out.
All right.
Maybe
Sounds
tomorrow
good.
night. All right. So we'll get into the next one here in just a couple minutes. That was actually really rad. That was a really good debate.
GG.
Yeah.
So, and then there were 4. Wow.
Yeah. Hey, Grid. How about we get a debate between the one guy that hadn't debated Vibe and that redheaded chick.
Vibe and Kel. That's like
Oh,
the Battle of California.
I thought he meant Vibe and Steelman. My mistake.
And I want the prompt to be women shouldn't vote because they are incapable of being accountable or having logic.
Okay, I'll take the side of women shouldn't vote.
Vibe's like, what? Kel, do you vote?
Of course. Yeah, I voted for Kamala. All you fucking, this is the problem with the left. Everyone wants to shit on me because, Kamala supports Israel. At least I fucking voted. Who's in office now? Fuck y'all. Like, it's the, everyone
And I
wants
rest my case why women shouldn't vote.
Okay,
I mean, you're
everyone
wrong.
wants to shit on me for voting for Kamala. At least I voted. All you leftists looking down on me right now? Like, bruh. Crazy.
Bruh.
No, would you rather
you
have
didn't write
Trump
in
or-
Bernie? I thought all you guys were going to write in Bernie.
Yeah, I went Howard Green, Green Party, fucking 2016. Shut up, dude. I did throw my first vote away though. I'm not proud to admit it. I voted.
Are you sure you haven't thrown more away?
I
Do you
would not
vote
admit
locally?
that you voted for Kamala. I would admit that you voted. I would say, yeah, I voted. I can't really say who for.
I'd rather
but
vote
anyway,
for
that's what
Kamala
I
than
would.
Trump.
All right. So
Personally.
what do we?
And I think I'll stand on that. I definitely am happy that I voted for Kamala over Trump. And I think the next couple of years is gonna.
Guys, Kel, calm down. We have the prompt. Do you guys understand the prompt?
Wait,
The women's prompt?
No. Let's do something
Hang
else.
on. I'll stand by. I will get Furburger back up here. Furburger, please rely the prompt.
Yeah. So women should not be allowed to vote because they lack logic and accountability.
And you want to, Kel, fight that you should
No.
not be voting.
No, obviously I want to fight on behalf of women.
Okay.
Okay. So we understand. All right.
Can we pick a different prompt or do we have to do this one? I'm like, I respect your panel, so I'll engage. And I won't bitch about it later.
I know you'll bitch about it later. That's okay. I don't. You
No, I said I won't bitch about it later.
You
And
won't
say that it
bitch
was
about
set
it
up
later. Okay.
and
Yeah.
rigged.
You know,
Switch in different ways.
I
won't blame the panel host, though.
I think we're okay with that prompt. I like this prompt. I like the and I really like the question whether women should vote or not. I want to hear the arguments. So Furburger's got to go to the back. Who's taking the affirmative? Who's taking the negative?
Well,
You're saying that women should not vote, correct?
No, I'm saying that women should vote.
Should vote? That's not what you said earlier.
It was a joke. I didn't think we were actually going to have to engage with the prompt. If we actually have to engage with the prompt, I'm going to say that, of course, women should be able to fucking vote. Of course.
But women shouldn't be able to vote.
Well, see, I'm here to argue on behalf of the latter. So
You're okay. All right, Vibe, you got this? You got this in your bag?
Yeah. So I'm taking. Well, I've never actually debated this before, but I'm taking the affirmative that women shouldn't be.
I've debated this before multiple times. I've even debated it with California.
I'll give it a spin.
which one are you? I'm the girl, dude.
Okay, so you're taking the affirmative that women should not vote, and you have 1 minute to plead your case. Let's go. Ready when you are.
All right,
Just go.
perfect. So, I mean, we can see at the beginning of this, she voted for Kamala Harris. This is a typical behavior of women. They go more on feelings, now less on facts. We've seen this throughout the history. However, if we actually look at the history of even the United States, women only were granted the right to vote much later in life. And it wasn't even something they wanted to do. They actually were overwhelmingly against being able to vote. And part of the reason that we're voting today is basically because of the changing cultures and the sexual revolution, feminism that has come up. Ultimately, it's a bad choice. It actually disempowers them more than they think it empowers them. Ultimately, I'm here just basically to back that up and show how that works to Kel here.
You still have time.
You had 10 seconds left.
Not a great
All
look.
right, Kel, are you ready to go?
Of course. Tell me when. Dad won.
You just start talking and I start the timer.
No, you said go for him. This is sexism right off the bat. Wow.
Go, Kel.
So it sounds like you're basing the premise of your argument based on a personal anecdote. Oh, she voted for Kamala Harris, therefore all women should be able to vote. Sounds like a very weak argument that's very easily debunkable. Same reason that they bring on women like me to whatever. I don't represent all women. They bring on, like, you know, it's, you can't look at a microcosm of a bigger issue and say this is representative of all women. You said, oh yeah, there were women like petitioning against the 19th Amendment, like petitioning against voting. Yeah, it sounds like there's been internalized misogyny from the get-go, ingrained like to us because of the structure of the way things have been from the get-go. You say it disempowers them more than it empowers them. You didn't give any specific examples on that. It sounds like you are about to make an argument against uneducated voters, not women. And it's probably just a sexism issue because it's not about women. I'm uneducated. I'm probably like okay, so she voted for Kamala. Look at this stupid bitch. Women shouldn't be able to vote. Okay, great. You're going to point to the one small example in your circle and think that makes like your argument or like back up your credibility.
That's
Like
time. That's calm down. That's time. Okay, you ready? 5 minutes on the clock and ready, set, go.
Rebuttal?
So yeah, I mean, go back to that anecdote that you mentioned. That was actually just a joke in the opening statement. That is definitely not my example.
Oh, so we open you open your argument with a fucking joke. Yeah, that's a great start to your credibility. But go ahead. Oh, it's just a joke. It sounds like any time that I call you out on something,
one at a time. No talking over.
It does definitely. It definitely does attest to the feelings that women have when it comes to logical statements and being able to look at the facts and reality from what is just gesture. But I would like to actually ask you a question.
Interjection. That sounds like you're doing exactly what I pointed out the problem with your argument is. Personal anecdote. Oh, look, this crazy alcoholic, stupid bitch, crash out, Kel, is an exhibition of why women are overly emotional. Oh, it sounds like you're going back to personal anecdote and proving my point.
So I'm ready to move this conversation on my first question, which is actually not about.
Yeah, because, do you concede that you're going back to personal anecdote? Do you concede that I won on that?
No, I'm actually moving forward on the conversation and getting out of feelings.
Yeah, so you can't take an L. So it sounds like men have poor emotional regulation.
So do you want to make this conversation about feelings or do you want to make this conversation about logic?
Oh, I don't know. It sounds like you're pointing out my personal feelings and exhibition of feelings as a blatant example. I don't represent all women. I never claim to. I'm the worst of the worst. I'm the junk of the litter. But I'm not looking at you as saying, oh, look at this guy making stupid arguments and saying all men make stupid arguments, because I have several examples, like Grid here, okay, of men making smart arguments and not relying on personal anecdote. So, but I don't look at you as a symptom of a bigger issue.
Right?
Not very hard, but.
So my very first question, now that we're done with the feelings, is what empowerment do you think you have seen for women since you guys started voting?
Equality. Because men are able to vote, I think women should be able to vote. That's it.
Do you think all men should be able to vote?
Yes. If you want to make an argument against uneducated voters, if you want to take an IQ test, that's exactly what I said in my opening statement, is that you're going to pivot to an uneducated voter argument. It's not a women issue. It's that maybe idiots like me, like a ton of people in the US, shouldn't be able to just vote on feelings and on education, but in propaganda. But they are. And if men can, and all men can, so can all women. Welcome to the fucking democracy, the USA, baby. My pronouns are USA.
So women have gotten better in society from voting purely by being more equal. Is basically that the argument there?
Yes,
that
by being granted the same opportunities. Yes.
So you're saying that women did not have the same opportunities when they couldn't vote?
Yes, if men were able to vote, then women should be able to vote. It's a very, very. You don't need to use like an example of anything else. It's exactly what it is.
But what is the actual improvement in women's life? How is
women can now do what men have been able to do?
Well, you can't. I mean, you know that already, right? I mean, you guys are not strong. You guys can't do roofing.
Yeah. Well, I know that. I know that, and I don't believe in the wage gap. So you're proving my point. All we gained was equality in voting. That's it. Like, you just proved my point. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, you guys are better at roofing. You're stronger.
So you
smarter.
gained nothing.
No, we gained the ability to vote. We gained the ability to vote, you dumbass.
But how did it make your life better? How did voting make your life better?
Because we were now able to do what men are able to do. There was I looked at that and I said, there's a disparity based on something observable and tangible. Not like the wage gap where we can look at all these observable factors. It's men can vote, women can't vote. Very simple. We live in a democracy. So I'm like, you just proved my point.
Where did you even get that from? So I keep on asking the same question.
Yeah, what?
How has your life gotten better? Like, why is a woman's
now
life
able to participate
better?
in the legal system like men were?
It's not about participation. I could participate.
How do you not see gaining the equal rights that men have in regards to participating? I answered your question. Our lives got better because we gained the same opportunities to participate in the legal system that men did. I'm asking you now, how the fuck is that not an improvement?
Oh yeah, I can lay out many reasons, right? So ever since women started voting, and I'm part of this generation, Gen X, where
we're about to pivot to the uneducated voter conversation, just like I said in my my opening statement. But go ahead, I can't wait for you to
wasn't even going there.
Okay,
wasn't even going there. So I mean, if you want to make assumptions, go ahead. Part of that generation, we were taught that men and women are equal. We cheered on our sisters in school. We were told we had the same opportunities. We were told we all had to go to college.
I've never been taught that. I've never been taught that, and I've never accepted that as reality.
Okay.
You're telling me your generation was taught that men and women.
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you multiple times that, but I won this time. That's so funny. I'm like, that was
so easy. Won that. That was so easy.
All right.
He's delusional. Guys, we should.
Yeah. All right. So let's start with Anson Knowles this time.
Dude, I gotta hop back on.
Yeah, I'm totaling. Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Right. Okay. So someone in my chat said women vote for whoever has the prettiest tie. That's fine. There's men that vote for whoever had the most charisma and showed up the most in the debate. It's an uneducated voters conversation. It's pivoting back to exactly what I said.
So this is actually a tie on my score sheet, but I'm gonna give the edge to Vibe in the debate because I really thought that he made the most clever statement in the entirety of that debate, which was, do you want to make this debate about feelings? Basically pointing out Kel's inability to emotionally regulate during the debate as a point
using that
for his
as a
position.
bigger issue.
It was a very clever strategy to point out that Kel was emotionally dysregulated to undermine her position. And it was the only really clever thing about the entire debate because it was tied. I'm going to use that as the tiebreaker.
That's insane. I'm like, wow. And credibility debunked. That's insane, guys. I'm like, wow. I might have been spurting, but I was spurting with point and ample points. I'm like, okay, go ahead. Sorry. Shut up. Let me mute myself. This is insane.
All right. Agrippas.
Yeah, so neither one of them truly addressed, Vibe couldn't get to the point and Kel just kind of spurred, and neither one of them really addressed women can't vote due to the lack of logic or accountability. All I got from Kel was we shouldn't be able to, but we can. So Everybody should be able to. And she went on about equality, and since men can, women should. Women can, men can. I think
Because he asked me what the delineation was between women's life.
Can you shut the fuck up and let me talk?
Or what? Or what? Well, bitch.
You just keep interrupting, dude. Shut the. I don't ever get mad, but shut the
Or
fuck
what?
up, dude.
Or what?
Kel.
I'm special. You don't ever get mad.
No, Kel.
Yeah,
Problem?
I really don't.
Judging.
Problem?
You're pissing me off because you don't shut the fuck up.
Problem?
Yeah, you
Kel,
talk too much. That's the problem.
There's no
Fucking
talking
dumbass.
during the judging. Calm down. Okay, I'm
I
sorry.
gave it the vibe. I'll just. That's it.
Cleaner.
I gave it to Vibe because Kel's not able to follow the rules of the debate.
All right, crash out. Kel crashes out again.
Damn, that was pretty harsh.
And Kel, by the way,
Thank you.
I don't
I
know
think
if you've
I
ever
thought you
seen
did
me
great, Kel.
on any channels before, but I love everybody I talk to. There's no hate. Like, it's very fun always.
Damn, dude.
Peace and
I
love.
don't
Of
have any
course.
hate, but it makes me upset when I'm like I can't even. I'm trying to give you why you lost and why I chose Vibe, and you won't be quiet long enough to let me tell you.
Problem?
It's critique. It's positive critique, and you won't take it. You just won't shut up long enough. You still
Problem?
interrupt. Yeah, problem.
And,
You.
and I'll throw out there, I'm actually on this channel because the first time I jumped into a debate, I thought I knew what I was doing and I got crushed. Coming onto this
Yeah,
channel
dude,
is basically taught
too
me
cocky, man.
how to do better and listen more and kind of like engage in it, whether I agree with the topic or not. So definitely take their criticism to grow and get better. You know, it's not to hurt you, it's to make us better. And that's why I'm here tonight.
No, did you? And I appreciate that.
Kel.
All right, you did awesome.
Can you let everybody know where to find you and as you shuffle off to Buffalo or wherever it is?
You know, California. Yeah, you can find me at Kinetic Cal on YouTube and Twitch. Thanks for having me, Grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Hang out in the chat. Be funny, but be
course.
cool.
Or what?
Thanks for coming on, Kel. Twice. You lost twice.
Yeah, no, you had me inspired. I don't know what you were saying.
You're gonna say that
But
to
I
the
was
wrong
inspired.
person one time, and they're gonna.
I forget what it was.
Or
Smack?
what?
They're gonna smack
I mean,
me? Ooh,
yeah,
is that
you're
a
gonna say
problem?
that to the. I'm just saying, you're gonna say
Don't
that to
threaten
the
me
wrong
with a good
person one day,
time.
like your mom or something like that, and she's gonna be like, "Pow!"
My mom's out of the
Or what?
picture.
That's
But I'm
or
like,
what?
don't threaten me with a good time. I love being smacked.
No, that's terrible.
Oh,
You
man.
can't say that on
Come on.
YouTube. Get go, Kel, go.
I just meant it in a positive way.
Anyway,
You know, she did so bad in the results, you might think, Grid, she was throwing that debate.
I think she likes Vibe's haircut. I think that's what it is.
Well, damn, we got to be on our toes tonight, man. I got to get my debate skills on point.
All right. So, and then there were three. So I know that Kissy Cat had some credit left, and Anson has some. So let's see what we got. If it's just a hodgepodge, I'll end up just picking the debaters. So.
I think Kissy Cat's gone, or else I'd mash up our credits together.
Yeah, she is gone. She's
You can match my credit too. I don't care.
Yeah, $20 from the Raging $10 from Kissy Cat, $20 from Raging Patriot. Thank you, buddy. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do.
Cat's gone. You see, these women are unreliable. That's what happens. That's why
I think Kissy Cat's been working a lot lately.
Why we shouldn't employ him?
Could be. I want to see Wicked Wally versus the Hair. That's what I want to see. So,
am I the hair?
Or
is Steelman the hair?
Really, not like I mean,
Steelman is the hair.
I mean,
I'd call him Cousin It, but we can still see his face. All right. So, go ahead.
It's kind of like Donald Trump's comb over, but if he had lots of hair.
Yeah, right.
Well, I was wondering, Vibe, if you were serious about your last debate, do you really believe that what you were saying, basically?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sorry. I was wondering. Hopefully, you can hear me okay. I was wondering if Vibe. Oh, sorry. Are we moving? We're moving into a debate or something.
Debate. Yeah, you're going to debate.
Oh, sorry. I missed that. All right.
You and Wally. So caveman versus Axeman. There we go. So, all right.
Steelman, how do you feel about universal women's unemployment?
I don't know what it is actually. I mean, I got what you said, but
well, that would be my movement that we should normalize one income households largely through removing women from the workforce.
So you're not for uwu?
Well, I'm just thinking what you're doing is, you're sort of, you're incentivizing, marriage, you could call it, basically, for lack of a better term. And I think that the state stepping in would just create more bureaucracy, So I would be not necessarily for that.
I've got one for you. He's trolling with that which is good. I like a good troll.
Well, it's a fair point, though.
I could seriously debate removing women from the workforce.
Actually, that's a good idea.
Are men failing society, or is society failing men? And by that, I very specifically mean, is male decline a result of laziness or systemic demoralization? That means that we're made to feel bad about being men, and cultural attack. Can you guys do that one?
Yeah, that last topic that you mentioned was really interesting, but
which one?
The idea that women shouldn't be in the workforce, I would agree that they shouldn't be because they can be a distraction to men. I think you could argue that you could.
Okay, we agree on the platform, then we don't have a debate.
Okay. But anyways, beside that, because that was an interesting topic, I thought, okay, can you bring me back on track on what his topic was?
All right, well, we'll just move on.
No, what was that one? Because I think he might disagree with that. Let's have him go over this one again.
You want me to reread that one?
Yeah.
Are men failing society, or is society failing men? By that, I very specifically mean, is male decline a result of laziness, therefore men failing society, or systemic demoralization and cultural attack, meaning that society is failing men?
So I would argue that, and I mean, if you have to pick the somehow there's a failing, you could argue that everything's working fine, but I would say that if you had to pick one, I would say society would be failing man.
Fuck, I agree.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. Fuck. All right. I got you. Do modern women respect traditional masculinity or exploit it?
Well, hold on. What if we go back to that last prompt then, and I will actually take the opposing view.
With this one. Let's see what this one is.
Do modern women respect traditional masculinity or exploit it? And by that I mean, very specifically, is chivalry rewarded or manipulated in today's dating marketplace or economy, however you want to say it?
It's exploited.
Yeah, so on this point, because I thought the last one was interesting too, but yeah, I would say because of our capitalist society and the laws in place and whatnot, it's become exploitable, and therefore it is by...
Wait, hold on. Do modern women respect traditional masculinity or exploit it? I'm not really sure what that has to do with capitalists, since socialists seem to be doing just as good a job exploiting men as...
Well, it becomes profitable. So yes, I agree they exploit it. But I would go back to that last prompt. I would say that I could argue that men are failing society.
And you would say that society... All right, we can do that one. All right. Again, let me reread the prompt. This is very specific. Are men failing society, or is society failing men? Is male decline a result of laziness, that would be your side. You were saying that that society is failing because of laziness. Wally is maintaining that systemic demoralization and cultural attack, an attack on manhood itself, if you will, is the reason. We all understand the prompt. Do I need to clarify any further?
Can I clarify my stance with you here? Make sure I understand it. So, are you saying my stance is that society is declining because laziness of man? That's
No, men are declining and failing society by becoming men are being lazy and failing society. Let's just put it that way. And by lazy, that can mean anything. I mean that they don't want to do self-improvement. They don't want to get married. They don't want to get in the dating marketplace. Whatever.
Well, yeah, we'll have to discuss what we mean by failing society. But okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Is it that it's man's fault that society is declining?
Yes, because they're lazy.
Because of the laziness. Okay.
You good with that, Wally?
Yeah.
All right. Since there is no specific affirmative, I'm just going to randomly pick Wally to start.
All right.
I know, right? And Wally is going to maintain that society is failing men. You ready, Wally?
I'm ready.
Go.
So this is fairly straightforward on the question that on the position that society is failing men, and where we're specifically been discussing that there are systemic messaging issues involved there. I just have to demonstrate it. And post-sexual revolution, it's very easily demonstratable. You can go through any mass media and see that it became less common to spotlight competent and confident men, and we started getting into the Homer Simpson syndrome, and you started seeing more men are incompetent fathers. That's becoming the messaging. Men are awful husbands. Men are constantly incompetent and careless and screwing up all the time. So and this is what became normalized, depicting men both as husbands, fathers, and even as single men, generally incompetent.
That's time. You ready, Steelman?
Yeah, ready as I'll ever be.
All right, go.
Okay, so my point is that first you have to kind of dissect on, what we mean by society failing. And when we look at, I think we're referring to our society in general for the most part. And the standard of living is actually pretty excellent, right? Our technology is better than it's been before. I'm sure our living standard, our access to everything, water, food, clothing, shelter. So that's not really a falling of society, right? We see a lot of great things. What we see, one of the problems of society is more like maybe the policing, the government, right? Our issue between man and government is where society clashes. And I would say that's because man has sort of become subservient to say, well, we're just going to follow what orders we're given, right? Men become order followers. They think, we're going to join the military. We're going to do what the police say and all these things without thinking for themselves and saying, well, as a man, what's important to me.
That's time. Good job. Okay, 5 minutes on the clock. You guys ready?
Yep.
All right, go.
So media is absolutely an element of society. And when you can demonstrate that over the past 50 plus years, there has been an increasing amount of men being portrayed worse and worse messaging being given to men and about men in mass media on a daily basis, there is definitely a systemic problem there in the messaging that causes men to start opting out and start doing worse. Because you walk through the city every day. How many times do you need to see a commercial that makes a man look stupid? How many times do you need to scroll through social media and see women affirming jokes about men being stupid?
So you're in my view though, you're kind of making my point is you're saying, well, men, society portrays men as stupid, so therefore, people think that we're stupid, and it's like, as a man, you should be able to not look stupid. Your family should know that you're not stupid. You should be able to control how you're portrayed. You should be able to be a pillar of society. And because we don't have these pillars of society, because you're going to give away the power and say, well, the media says I'm this way, therefore I'm going to be this way, and that's okay. No, why don't you become your own media? Why don't you be the bright, light, in a dark room? That's what men are supposed to be. And if all men band together and became dark, became a light in a dark room, then we could light up the whole room. And that's what society is. It's too many men giving away their power, saying society has stripped me of my power. No, you have given it by not standing up, by not learning your rights, by submitting to an unlawful order. Every time you do, you make the government grow stronger. You add and fuel to that fire, and it's the men, the weak men, who keep adding fuel to this fire of problems in society, whether it's being degenerates or kowtowing down to unlawful government orders, things like that.
So law enforcement is a part of society. So the military is a part of society. The legal system is a part of society. So you're really just demonstrating that it is the system that is failing these people.
No, because the system actually has remedies built into it that the man is not taken care of, right? So instead of a man actually fighting his case and then, and his unlawful arrest and then countersuing and getting a civil rights lawsuit like the system was designed to do, the man will just take the plea deal because they're afraid. They're not real men. They'll even lie on a plea deal and say they did something they didn't do because they'll get, because they're afraid of the results. And what I'm saying is if men would stand up and say, I didn't do this, I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to take the deal, and I'm going to do what the system designed to do, I'm going to countersue, then they would solve the problems, right? And like they were talking about with the voters, we should just not let these people vote because they vote for a different party and all that stuff. Well, we put those candidates in, right? And so it's up to us, the men, the voters, the people who need to say, well, who are running the delegate parties? Who's running the left and right delegate to put in these people who we're voting for?
We are. You're just saying that they are. So these men are failing a corrupt system that is already corrupt and that is corrupt against them.
I'm not saying it's
they
corrupt.
Are failing the system that is actively acting against them.
No, I'm saying the system is designed to help them, but because men are so sloppy about how we're utilizing the system on an individual level, because so many men are so sloppy with the system has become sloppy. And if enough men would stand up and
be assuming that the system as it is intended to be helpful, the system is inefficient. The system in many cases is not helpful just on that. You look at now, you can argue back, people will argue back and forth all day about how men are treated in family court, but where men ultimately get mistreated, I think the most in family court is when it comes to the actual enforcement of those court orders, because, in order to get anything done, you cannot just call the cops to the mom's house and enforce your rights. No, you have to take them back to court. You got to wait 3 to 6 months for a court date to actually be able to even see your kid again, because the police don't want to enforce those, and then the court is inefficient. That it's constantly negative towards men who are trying to do the right thing.
I would argue the statistics on that, on whether or not, family courts are actually biased toward men.
It's not a matter of bias in the judgment. I'm talking about dad has a parenting agreement that's been signed and notarized, approved by him, the mom, and the damn judge. She starts disobeying it. The system does not give him good mechanisms of enforcing it. The system gives him an inefficient mechanism to enforce it. Because you try to call the cops and say, hey, he's not letting me.
All right, that's time. That's time. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I got to get my thing going on, messed up here. There we go. All right. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm going to start with clean.
I love how that ties into the last conversation.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Well, obviously, men failed because we let Kel vote. If we didn't do that, everything would be fine.
It's a good thing Kel left. All right. Let's
The
go
system
with,
lets Kel vote. If it were up to most people on an individual basis, I think they would handcuff her to a banister on election day.
That's not true. She's a spark plug, Wally.
Yeah, that's a
No, I
problem.
like Kel. I was
Cleaner,
just having
guys.
fun.
Let's let Cleaner give his rendering.
Yeah, they both had good arguments in this one. I mean, what Steelman was saying, how he's saying that the system has failed men, or I'm sorry, men have failed the system because it is the men who are not enforcing the system to be correct. I mean, there is a measure of truth to that. At the same time, while Wicked Wally is saying, the system itself has failed men, even if the system is largely consistent of men, it is still the system, and there is merit to what he's saying as well. And they both made really strong arguments in merit to their side. I think, I mean, it's pretty close. I think Wally had it just by one more point because his messages were very concise. He kept it very short and sweet and to the point, as if it was a snipe shot, instead of trying to give a lengthy, long, drawn-out explanation.
All right. Agrillipus?
Yeah, I went with Wicked Wally. He made same thing. It was like basically just an extra point on the fact. So.
Okay. All right, Furburger.
Yeah, I scored them fairly close most of the way through. I thought, Wally, you had a little bit more force in your style. It was more solid. And in terms of like delivery, I thought you did it slightly better also, Wally. But where I really saw you pull ahead was in the strategy you employed in your debate, which was you were more effectively doing an internal critique of what Steelman's position was, and Steelman didn't really employ any kind of strategy in his argument. His style is just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. So I gave it to Wally 12 points to Steelman's 8.
All right. Anybody have any comments?
Stickman, there you go. There's a new one for you. Anson just gave you a new nickname, Stickman.
All right. So no comments. I don't really have a comment. I think this one was pretty close. I think that Wally. I think Wally was very effective at when you would try and pivot, Wally brought you right back to, but yeah, that's because men are lazy. That's because of the not lazy. That's because of the media. You can't get away from the media. You can't get away from the negative connotations that are put out and have been put out for decades by the every time you would try and blame it on laziness or men just failing to do their job. Wally would literally come back and say, no, how can it's a lot of, it's basically perception. I think that was really good technique. He also did in fact have the internal critique of your point. You did not give any critique of his point really. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure that you addressed any of his points, which is not necessary for you to do, but I just didn't think that you did that. And so it looks like we got Wally versus who are we? Is this it? Where's Vibe? Where did Vibe
just dropped?
Hopefully he'll be back.
His internet probably cut out.
Yeah, he's in California. Rolling blackouts are a thing.
If not, then Wally just won the whole thing. And
I know Wally won it.
This is probably going to be my last one too. I got to get off of here.
All right, sorry to hear that, Agrillipus.
I mean, if we're going to do one more, I'll stay.
And Vibe's back. Thank gosh.
I thought of it too late, but I should have just gone with the old, from all the Rob North streams I've seen on Ukraine, I should have just gone to the tried and true. Well, the people are a temporary problem. Corrupt institutions are corrupt forever unless you take them back.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we're going to put Vibe and Wally. That's our last battle for the night. God, man, what great timing too. All right, so let me get rid of these. Let me put these judges in the back, and then go here. What do you guys want to debate?
Let's see. Universal women's unemployment.
You really want to do that? That's awesome.
He keeps on doing it. I don't know.
I know.
It's
his new joke.
Because you know what? It started. I went through a whole thought process live on my stream where I was going, what do we call this? And we started with the unemployed women's awareness. And then it slowly morphed into, wait a minute, universal women's unemployment. And that's UWU. Brilliant.
I have the prompt. Because one of you live in California. Is Western civilization in terminal decline? Are we watching the end of a once great empire?
I can take either side.
Let's see.
Okay, how about, is depopulation the real threat, not overpopulation?
I would say depopulation is the real threat.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you'd have to believe in birth rate. You'd have to believe in a birth rate crisis for that to be your position. So, we were talking about this earlier tonight. Will AI and automation make most men obsolete? In other words, is there a future for the working man or only for the elite and the machines?
I mean, AI would make most women obsolete.
Well, as soon as they have those,
as soon as we can all be like power batteries, like the Matrix, we're done. We can just be.
As soon as they get the automatic wombs working, we're all done.
Yeah, we'll all be plugged in the Matrix. It's.
Okay. This one's for Wally. Has comfort killed ambition? Have video games, porn, and social media pacified an entire generation of men? I'm going to go take a leak. You guys hash this out.
It's an interesting one.
I mean, given all the prompts, I'm actually willing to go on pretty much any of them and take either stance, I think, except for one of them. The depopulation one, that one, I'm on the same side as you. The other ones I might be on the same side, but I think I could go both sides.
Yeah, I was still thinking on the Western civilization one, because I was thinking of a way to approach that as far as I could make an argument that it's not. That I think I could actually make a positive argument there that it's not.
Maybe that's our prompt.
Maybe.
Yeah, whatever tickles your fancy, I'm ready to go.
Do we want to stand firm and do the woo debate?
Hey, I mean, if it's a new philosophy of yours, and obviously I've never debated.
Well,
let me see if I can. Let me see if I can put holes in it.
The consolidate, like if it was to be like the easiest way to probably turn that into what would be an articulated debate prompt that's not being said in a funny way is, should we be normalizing one income households?
Are we there yet?
We have come back to UWU. You would have to take the affirmative and lay out what that is. And if you really want to, if it's a new idea of yours, I don't know if I can shoot holes in it or not. We can give that a try if grid's down. Otherwise, I'm also good with society.
Make a case for it.
All right, let's do it. So Wally's going first. He's got it going on. We will probably extend this one out. I think we have enough credit stored to go 15 minutes. I don't know if we need to go that long. If you guys just start looping around, I'll pull it to a stop. But in the meantime, Wally, when you're ready.
All right. So the foundation of this movement is that when you predominantly have women voting, you have women voting for socialist policies because they have cost of living concerns that women want addressed. In practicality, the best way to address a lot of their cost of living problems are acknowledging the fact that society has normalized a 2-income household as the expectation, and it would be better for everyone if we normalized the cost of living for a 1-income household. How do we get there? Well, one way we could efficiently get there is the mass exile of women from the workforce and encourage women to take on domestic duties and focus on care for other family members, care for the household, care for children.
All right. Vibe, when you're ready. You got to unmute.
All right. So it sounds like here we've got another leftist view where the government has to step in and tell us how to run our lives. I think that fundamentally men should be predominantly taking care of their wives, but they should not be mandated by the state to stay home to fix a problem. To fix a problem like this, it needs to start with the households, and it needs to start with society moving up from the households within the secularists or the religious realms. There are lots of groups out there that know that the best outcome is the mother staying at home, but it does not need to be forced by the government. This is basically overshadowing the intelligence of men to be able to run their own families and putting restrictions on them, which I don't think they should have.
All right, that's awesome. All right, I'm going to set you guys up with 5 whole minutes, and then we'll extend as necessary. You ready?
Ready?
Go.
So I can start by just correcting the record there. I never specifically said it would be done through government force. I said one of the most efficient ways to do that would be the mass exile or departure of women from the workforce. So you could have a campaign of social messaging to encourage more women to opt out of the workforce.
So no mandate, but ultimately it's UWU, right? Universal Women Unemployment. What does this messaging look like, and how would you deploy this socially in today's TikTok society?
Well, I think a great way to deploy that would be that we would have it catch on as a meme amongst what would probably be a predominantly male audience, who would then go into other spaces using "ooh-woo" as a phrase. People don't know what it means, finds out there's a new alternative meaning for it, and you start reaching a higher saturation level from there.
So we meme it, and we put
you're trying to apply that as a literal phrase. The main goal is we want to make society better by adjusting down the cost of living, by going back to a time when the cost of living was intended for to be supported on one income only. Today, we have the cost of living intending to have two people working at minimum, depending on how much your apartment rent may be in a particular major city, you may need a third or fourth person.
So ultimately, right, I mean, in your opening statement, you did say bring it down to a single income family. This is a requirement of men to step up and be able to maintain their women, unless we're actually looking at some sort of state-funded universal women's unemployment. So given the state that we live in today, we have two income families. If all of a sudden I read a meme and I decide because this mean in the manovers means that I have to now tell my wife to stay home and she agrees, I have now lost half of my income. So you're saying that the state's not going to help do this transition? It's just going to be meme based and the transition is going to be successful?
Well, women went into the workforce based largely on memes, like Rosie the Riveter, didn't they? It was social messaging that put more and more women out into the workforce on shift work, took them out of the household over time. So that was an example of social engineering. And what happened was that then began raising the cost of living up higher and higher, decade over decade, year over year, because everything was slowly going to begin adjusting to people, to having a two-income household being a normal expectation.
So now that this has actually happened, would you also concede or just state, right, in your example here, that men's salaries have actually dropped because women have actually entered the workforce, correct?
I wouldn't be able to speak to that. I wouldn't know that for a fact. Do you have the proof of that?
I mean, we could look at the logic, right? So if we have a workforce of all men and all of a sudden you throw 40% more people in there, what's going to happen to the average salaries when all of a sudden you increase the workforce?
Well, that would depend on the sector where you are putting most of these women. That would impact salaries because you're going.
So let's just look at the sectors where men and women overstate,
than there is
right?
Demand. Eventually.
Right? And this is why we've come to a two income family, because now that there's so many people in the workforce, in order to have the same standard of living that my parents were able to give me on one income, now it actually requires me and my wife to be able to create that same. This is something you actually just argued for. You said the memes, which were memes, right? The posters, whatever we had back there during the women's revolution, have actually created this scenario. So now what you're proposing is that we rewind that, we undo that. But
yes, that is a way we can do it. We can reverse message.
I don't think, but
society as a whole in a direction that values more traditional family structure and having more of an emphasis on motherhood being more important in society, raising families being more important in society.
But the actual problem is that when we introduce women into the workforce,
slowly building up that saturation level where we start getting, and this could be a long game. I can't dispute that it could be a long game that you have to commit to playing generationally over generationally to slowly coax more and more people out of the dual income system in larger numbers. But if it catches on and people stay committed to seeing it forward, you can get it there. We got there in the reverse, so we can play the long game to undo it.
You guys can keep going. We got another 4 minutes.
Yeah, so I mean, ultimately, right? This long game. I mean,
we extended it again. Okay,
the way society is going, where the way memes are going, and where the way the society is going right now with the women's empowerment and things like that, they're really. I mean, it's like I put a dam up, and it took a long time for that to turn into a giant lake. And now all of a sudden, you're like, oh well, let's start destructing that dam. And even if we do it brick by brick, there were cities built underneath that dam. At this point, now we have to start reallocating everything. I mean, it's not as simple. And one of the things that's really ridiculous about what you're actually saying here is you're saying, let's do a meme to men to restore the values. The values are already there, and it's not working at all. The Christian values are there. Men are trying to stand up and stick up for their rights. But society is dramatically going backwards, and we can't just start breaking this dam down brick by brick and destroy the city below it.
Outside of giving birth to a child, there is nothing that a man can't do in the workforce. We can mobilize men in the workforce just fine, and really not a great deal would change if we were phasing out large chunks of women from the workforce. Whether you're getting there through through some kind of social messaging, however you're applying that messaging, take out ad campaigns, do commercials, do stuff that puts more positive messages forward.
But here's the thing:
mobilize as many different people as possible to put the positive content out there to get the message in front of as many people as you can. That's how you have to do this shit. That's how they fucking do it.
Here's the problem, though: is I heard that Wicket Wally was running for my local government here, and he had a great solution to bring my family back together to a single income. And I showed up to the town hall to listen to how he was going to do that, because I actually was excited about hearing about universal women's unemployment. But now I'm sitting here at the town hall, and I'm asking the questions: how are you actually going to execute this? And the best answer I've gotten so far is a meme and overtime. So really, like, there needs to be a bigger plan over this for it to succeed.
Well, because you're coming into this trying to frame it as, well, this would just be an immediate leap to using force, or that is how the direct application would be. And it certainly could be, but there are other ways that you can get there by persuading people methodically over time and getting more and more people opted out. That is another way. That is a way you can do it absent like direct legislative force.
So really, ultimately, the argument is we need to restore families to men running the families, single household incomes, but ultimately, universal women's unemployment is not the actual feasible answer for that. And we actually haven't found the solution, and we need to
That
keep
is
on
the
looking.
best population between men and women, which would be the better population to remove from the workforce if you were going to remove one. You'd remove the women, not the men.
But do you actually have the solution that works given the dam that we've already built up? And that's really where I'm trying to.
This is demonstrating that we ought to unemploy all women from the workforce. And I think the benefits to society would far outweigh any negatives because eventually you overcome any of those, if there were contractions in a certain workforce population, eventually you would overcome those.
Ought we, or can we, right? And can we reasonably do that in today's society? Can we just, you said over time, but you still haven't actually provided.
There are ways you can, there are ways you can use you can use movements, online messaging, however you go about it. Absent direct force, you can spread those messages and get people to take on that message over time. To apply that ought, you can take, and in some cases, applying an ought can take a lot of slow practical action till you reach a certain saturation level.
All right, gentlemen, I can't take another 5 minutes of that.
Thank you.
I gotta go. Cleaner, let's hear it, man.
Well, I think Vibe was approaching a good way with his internal critique, and he hit on a number of points. I do think Wally did a pretty good job of refuting most of them. A couple of them stuck pretty well, though, and he didn't really, I think had this been a long-form debate, the tit for tat probably would have been pretty damn close to equal. But I got to say, I think Vibe had just a couple of points more than Wally on this, ending out with two completely unrefuted points.
Is it because I didn't meme enough, Cleaner?
No. No.
Oh, okay. That was fun, though.
Dad joke 101.
All right, Agrillipus, I know you need to get out of here, so let's hear it, my friend.
Yeah, this was pretty tough for me too, man. I agreed with a lot of what both of them said. I with Cleaner though, Vibe made some points, and while I couldn't really refute him, he kind of he didn't agree with them, but he couldn't refute them either. It was tough, man, but I got to give it to Vibe.
Fair enough. All right, Furburger.
Yeah, vibe is milk toast. You got to work on your energy level, bro. I mean, I felt like going to sleep listening to you talk. I mean, you said some smart shit, but you gotta put some more emphasis and oomph into your arguments to make people give a crap about what you're saying, right? I mean, you know, just because you have a good logical argument and you make a decent metaphor, you know, the whole town hall thing that you set up, where that was the framing of your argument. You were basically conducting a citizen comment on the town hall of Wally's policy. That was really, really fucking smart. But like, I wasn't sold on it because you just didn't sell me on the whole idea and concept of it in your argument. But you did actually do a little bit better than Wally, so I gave it to you. Vibe.
Cleaner.
Good job, Vibe. That was fun.
Yeah, no, that was good, and I do apologize.
Right. I got to be honest. I kind of agreed. The only thing that it was so circular, man. Like, it was just like I was waiting for it to end. I was dying actually, but
and I did want to get a lot. I wanted to get a lot more aggressive on that, but my kids are all going to bed right now, so I'm trying to keep my voice down. So that's part of the lack of my energy.
It's all right. I didn't think you lacked it. I thought that you made some really good points. I think Wally was. I think Wally like checked out about 8 minutes in. I think the last 2 minutes he was just like, yeah, whatever.
This is a
Once I
newer.
wasn't even clear how much time I was pacing myself for. I'm like, okay, there's only so many more jokes I can make here when I don't know how well I'm pacing it.
I get that.
The good thing is too is my last debate with Cleaner is I learned that if I like conceded anything, even without saying conceding, he will jump on me like freaking flies on shit. And there was a couple of times where I was about to say, well, I totally agree with this, and I like caught myself. Thank you, Cleaner, and just like said, you know what, I'm going to keep on banging in on the points I'm hitting.
Maybe
Man,
I'm going to take the Glenn approach grid. I'm going to do 20 open panel streams now about universal women.
Please do that. Please do. That's exactly what no one wants to happen.
Ooh woo.
So do it anyway.
Get Nala doing her ooh woo thing from whatever when she was on there like a year and a half ago for your. That would be freaking awesome. And the Rosie the Riveter thing, that was totally a government program.
Yep.
You know, Wally, I feel like that if you flesh this out, you might have an actual argument.
Yeah. I think you will, man. I think if you build up around it, I mean, like you do with most of the other prompts that you come up with, I think you're going to do fantastic with this one, man. It does have some merit to it that could be very useful for society to go back to at this point. I mean, it would solve a lot of problems. It would solve the dating problem because women won't be making more than men, so they won't be saying men are losers and men are worthless, and because they're not making any money. So they it's like the functions, the biologics of what it is that a man and a woman should be to each other in a relationship. We'll come back to. The fact that we'll be back to a single income home level, I mean that would be fantastic across the board. So I mean, yeah, I mean, dude, if you flesh this out really good, you'll have a really fantastic one.
And honestly, Andrew's laid a lot of the groundwork. He's talked about this multiple times. So. Yeah,
and you can tie it to birth rate too, Wally, because taking away economic advantage from women absolutely impacts birth rate. If you look at the nations around the world that have a positive birth rate, and they're actually replacing their population at an adequate rate, their women there don't have economic opportunity. So it's actually a necessary component to be able to have a flourishing society, to be able to take opportunities away from women and put them where they belong.
Damn straight.
I like all of it.
And I do like the argument as well. I think there is a lot to build on, and that's why I was saying, that's why I made the town hall comment was like, "Hey, this sounds like a great idea. I'm going to show up. Now tell me how you're going to do it."
Yeah.
I think
because at first it's kind of like, what the fuck, universal women's unemployment. But then when you start listening to them actually explain it out, I think a longer debate would be beneficial.
The ultimate reason, another reason I like the name is because if you're a 90s kid like me, UWU looks really good in an NWO font from 90s wrestling, which is now the banner on my channel.
That's right, brother.
I mean, I think you could even make a really strong anti-feminist statement with this, going along with women's true empowerment. Women already try to work in caregiver positions and things like that. So why don't we just let them be full-time caregivers at home? And then, I mean, they're fulfilling their natural role that they want to do, and then let men make the money and bring it home for them. And, you know, just like society had been for a very long time. And that point that you made about the suffragettes in the past and how the majority of women didn't actually want that, I think that's a good point. I do think you're going to have to bring evidence for that one in a long-form debate, but I think that's a really good point. And it's one that a lot of feminists have brainwashed women and society in general into believing that that wasn't the case, that all women fought for this thing, when in fact it was like less than 3% of the women that got up on Capitol Hill and said something about women should be able to vote, women should be able to work, women should be, you know, all this.
And
shit
even when they had the vote, women weren't back in post 1920. The household income was still almost universally a single income household.
Yeah.
So it took the war effort to create a precedent for them to release the propaganda to mobilize women out of the home at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, wait a minute, we need women to work and they can work, so let's just allow it.
I have my own theories on our wars and that topic specifically.
You know, Cleaner, it sounds like you're going to have to come by a new Woo meeting.
Well, I may just do that. When are you having the next one?
Probably going to be sometime next week.
Cool.
There
I'll look
you
forward
go.
to it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes tonight's show, which I didn't even think we were going to actually have a actual debate tonight, because nobody showed up early, which was weird, but that's okay. And and of course, obviously, Emmett had his debate. Kel provided mucho entertainment. Love her or hate her, she is very fun. She is very entertaining. I don't really. I'm sorry.
I was laughing. I was.
Oh, you're cool, man. Look, Kel knows, man.
I want to
Kel
apologize. I don't really get angry a lot, man. And for some reason or another, she
got you.
I was just trying to give an explanation and give her, some positive critique, and
she just can't stop sometimes, which I think is a lot of people in her age group.
Yeah,
I had to laugh a lot when I first saw I think Smoking Spaceman in chat go, "Hey Wally, have you met Kel, your new future ex co-host?"
I thought that was funny too. Vibe, I'll reach out to you in the next day or so, and we'll get squared up. And everybody else, I'm going to send you over to the after party that Emmett is hanging out at after his massive debate. Hopefully, he's still there. If not, just
We're
cool
going to
out.
grace him with our presence.
Grace him with your presence, because he did just
debate with the Thorpes on Orthodox.
He just debated the Thorpe, a Thorpe.
A Thorpe, yeah.
So,
where's the after party?
It's on some Yerba Mate Talks or something. He was there. It doesn't. I don't know. He may have left. I don't know, but I'll look and find another one.
Thanks, Grid. I appreciate you, and I
All
appreciate
right, man. You guys have a good rest of your night, and be cool. Wear
Thank you, guys.
glasses if you need them, and go over to their lawn. That's what you need to do. Go to their lawn. See you guys.
All right, bye, man.